Order.
Jatnavuchit kat ginji kata ho genjit shinakatal niha quinzi dienjit gut et kukahatsa genjit kushi guts anyatsi ninech kuhela kwa quinjik gut et kukahatsa genjit ay kehedia a nuji dekat Nukigenjik nihlenechi jet dienjit quinzi le te kehitila genjit kushi nukuts anyatsi Dinji tatsak shri kukuhendait at shoha nitat kehej a genjit nits at kitini titji Nitsinehtan dinji tatsak hakutela genjit nuji dekat Nukwek akwadat wuri jit nits at kitini dit jeets at nukwek akwadat wuri jit height nuji tinu. Amen.
Please be seated. I'd like to thank Eleanor Mitchell for the opening prayer. Colleagues, before we get going, I'd like to recognize a few honored guests here in the House today. First, our former Speaker of the 19th Assembly, former colleague in the 18th Assembly, and he got elected in the 17th Assembly, Mr. Frederick Blake Sonny Jr. Welcome to the... As well, I'd like to recognize a former colleague of mine from the 19th Assembly. I can call her my niece now. She's no longer the minister anymore. She's now back into the public. Diane Archie. She was the member from Nuvik Lake in the 19th Assembly. So welcome to our Assembly. With Mr. Blake, he has his huge supporter of his mother, Grace Blake from Sitichek, George Blake, his uncle from McPherson, Emily Francis from Yellowknife, Annie McNabb from Yellowknife, Catherine Blake from Yellowknife, Lorraine Frost from Inuvik, Priscilla Jonas. I apologize, I got scribbling here, so I apologize, didn't read it right. As well, Daryl Chocolate, the artist who did Mr. Blake's portrait, as well as our former clerk, Cynthia James. Welcome to the Assembly. Minister statements. Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to provide an update to the 2025 Marine Transportation Services sailing season. After the 2024 low water challenges that made the Mackenzie River impossible to navigate and forced cancellation of the shipping season, I am happy to report that the 2025 season was a success. Last spring, I spoke of proactive contingency plans being made in case of conditions on the Mackenzie River were unnavigable again. Thanks to the favourable conditions and the good work being done by the Marine Transportation Services and the Department of Infrastructure's Fuel Services Division, we were able to carry out our sailing season and ensured that delivery of all scheduled fuel and cargo to communities along the Mackenzie River, Great Slave Lake, and the Western Arctic. This is the first time in 4 years that we have been able to ship to all communities on our Marine Transportation Services system. Mr. Speaker, I would like to share some of the highlights for you this year. This season, Marine Transportation Services delivered over 18 million litres of fuel and over 2,000 revenue tons of cargo to 10 communities. Our vessels made 2 trips to Norman Wells, Toledo, Lutzoke, and Fort Good Hope. and served communities in the Inuvialuit Settlement region coastal communities. This season was not without its challenges, though, as water levels were still below normal and river conditions prompted us to lower the drafts on our barges and the routes around the ice strip in the Edmondson coast. Thankfully, the navigable buoys were placed on the Mackenzie River so that we could progress slowly down the river. It is evident that the work done to ensure a successful sailing season is a collaborative effort that spans across government departments and external organizations. Staff from Marine Transportation Services worked with hydrologists from the Department of Environment and Climate Change to monitor water and snowpack levels, and with the team at Fuel Services Division, manage the fuel logistics. Additionally, I would like to note that last week, this very same fuel resupply team was the recipient of the Premier's Award for Team Excellence. This multidisciplinary team was recognized for coordinating one of the largest winter resupply operations in recent memories. Over 230 truckloads of fuel delivered to the Sahtu communities, ensuring reliable and safe access to essential resources despite extreme weather and logistical challenges. I want to say congratulations to the fuel resupply team. Mr. Speaker, the success of this sailing season will have the lasting impacts on the communities in the north. Marine Transportation Services delivers essential goods and services to northern communities that do not have the same ease of access to all those connected through our all-season highway system. The success of this summer's resupply season relieves pressures on our winter resupply season, which saw a 400% increase on road traffic last season, pushing our highway infrastructure to its limits. Though Marine Transportation Services operations have wrapped up, work to improve services have been and continue to be an ongoing effort. Since Marine Transportation Services came under new leadership last November, we have seen efficiencies introduced through standardized rate structures, as well as a streamlined shift schedule. Looking ahead, Marine Transportation Services continues to improve fleet capabilities and is reviewing and refining operations to ensure we are prepared for any challenge that we face. Mr. Speaker, with the success of this season, we have fulfilled our mandate to provide Northerners with access to essential goods and services, and I am pleased to reaffirm our government's commitment to community resupply in the years ahead. I would like to thank and recognize the flexibility of our residents. I would also like to thank our dedicated staff at Marine Transportation Services and also the Marine Services Division staff. Whether it is our ability to adapt to a changing climate or ability to mitigate these obstacles with contingency plans, our collaboration with our stakeholders and business partners, we are confident in our capacity to help build a strong and resilient North. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure. Minister's statement. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, ensuring that every person in the Northwest Territories has access to safe, reliable, and equitable health care is not just a priority for me and a goal of our health and social services system. It's a promise we are working on every day to uphold. Today, I'm honored to share an update on an initiative that represents a turning point for healthcare in the North. Work happening in the Detroit region that is helping us understand in a deeply human way what care truly looks and feels like for residents in our smallest communities. Mr. Speaker, this initiative is part of our broader primary health care reform and an effort built on the voices of residents, healthcare workers, and Indigenous governments. It's guided by their experiences, their hopes, and their determination to see care delivered in a way that truly meets people where they are. Together, we are reimagining a health system that is connected, compassionate, and built to last, one that works for people, not just on paper. To build that system, we must begin by listening, really listening, to those who rely on it most. Over the past several months, teams have been visiting health cabin communities across the Decho region. They have been listening to residents, supporting local staff, and assessing how care flows from community clinics to regional centres and beyond. What we are learning is powerful. We see both the dedication of our staff and communities and the barriers that stand in the way of the care people deserve. We have heard about frustrations caused by fragmented care and missed follow-ups, but we have also seen the strength of local teams who go above and beyond, and the resilience of residents who navigate these challenges. Mr. Speaker, the next step in this journey is what we are calling the Decho Patient Journey Mapping, a process that will follow real experiences of 4 residents as they move through our system. Their stories will help us see the full picture, where care feels seamless and where it breaks down. These journeys will include an elder seeking regular and routine primary care, a cancer patient who must travel frequently for treatment, a child and caregiver traveling from a small community to a regional centre for care, and a patient receiving specialized care in Edmonton. Each journey will be documented not as a report or as statistics, but as a story of a person, a family, and a community. Through these stories, we'll see the system as our residents live it. Through their courage and sharing, we'll be able to see where change is most needed and where it can happen right now. This work will not just improve services in the Decho, it will help us shape a more responsive and equitable health system across the Northwest Territories. It is about ensuring that people receive the care that they need as close to home as possible, surrounded by family, culture, and community. And when travel for care is necessary, it must be delivered with the same compassion, dignity, and respect that every resident deserves, no matter where they live. Mr. Speaker, this is how real transformation begins, with humility, with curiosity, and with the understanding that every journey through our health system represents someone's story, someone's loved one, someone's life. I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to the staff, the Indigenous governments, and the residents of the Decho region who are helping guide this work. Your leadership, your insight, and your trust are the foundation of this change. Together, we are not just improving a system, we are building one that reflects who we are as Northerners, resilient, compassionate, and committed to caring for one another. Koinaini, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Minister statements, member statements. Member from Framley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every year when we receive the operations budget, our finance department publishes an economic review which assesses the state of our economy against a framework of macroeconomic indicators. The 2025-26 review was certainly concerning, speaking to a downturn in the diamond industry, challenges growing our workforce, and little success in achieving growth in other sectors. We are doing a good job of identifying and summarizing our economic challenges, and it's certainly a depressing read. What's missing, however, and really stands out to me when I read the economic review, is a robust and targeted strategy to respond to these challenges. This is something that has been raised as a concern in several iterations of the NWT environmental audit. In 2020, the audit found that there was insufficient evidence that the economic opportunities strategy was effective at achieving its objectives. The GNWT agreed with the recommendation and committed to developing regional economic development plans in response. However, the 2025 audit noted that industry expressed continued frustration in the lack of policy direction and concrete advancement by GNWT, noting that the mineral development strategy is yet to be updated. Further, the audit found that the regional economic development plans do not constitute an economic development strategy. They are summaries of opportunities and potential areas of focus as identified participants in the process, but do not constitute plans or strategies with specific activities, responsible leads, timelines, or performance measures. They are useful summaries at a regional level, but do not constitute an economic development strategy as per the recommendation. In response to these findings, the GNWT re-emphasized the importance of the regional plans and noted they will help to inform a broader NWT economic vision and strategy the Minister of ITI has a mandate to develop. But we are 2 years into the mandate of this government and are yet to see this strategy come forward or get an indication of when we can expect to review a draft. I am concerned that what progress is being made may be going in a similar direction as previous strategies, which have found us taking a catch-all approach to development, trying to do a little bit of everything rather than taking a strategic and targeted approach which responds directly to the challenges we're facing. I would like to get reassurance that we are not repeating our past mistakes and also that we are going to get an effective strategy on the table as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member from Frame Lake. Member statements. Member from Range Lake.
Mr. Speaker, each year Northerners and students head to colleges and universities across Canada, where they can proudly tell their peers how the Northwest Territories helps them study without racking up thousands of dollars in student loans, thanks to our first-in-class SFA program. At a time when higher education costs are rising, that kind of assistance is truly unique and has become a covenant of growing up in the NWT. Unfortunately, late this summer, Range Lake constituents began contacting my office for help because their SFA payments were late and they had received no update. Some feared that they had been denied SFA, while others worried that their schools wouldn't accept them for the semester. Eventually, we learned that the department was experiencing serious delays, apparently due to a high volume of applications and limited staff capacity. This not only disrupted payments, but vital communication as well, as some students were left unaware that they needed to make corrections to complete their applications. Although students eventually received their payments, many were charged late fees during the delay. Well, when I contacted the minister to ensure that these late fees would be covered, I was disturbed to hear that they were considered the students' responsibility, as they should have been prepared for this outcome. Mr. Speaker, how can we tell someone to be prepared for the department not to process their paperwork? These students did nothing wrong, and for many, this was their first experience applying for any kind of government service. For many, their first encounter with our government must have been a tough lesson. What message does this send to the next generation of hardworking Northerners when the government tells them to lower their expectations and assume responsibility for the department's mistakes? The minister needs to make this right, Mr. Speaker, and pay for these late fees, whether it's $20 or $100. After all, when income assistance misses a power bill, they cover the late fee. When a senior's home heating misses a tank refill, they quickly send out a truck. It's not complicated. It's about fairness and doing the right thing, doing right by our young Northerners and their families. Later today, I'll be asking the minister to have a heart for SFA students and do the right thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member from Range Lake. Member statements. Member from Inuvik-Boot Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the town of Inuvik was designated as a Northern Operational Support Hub in March 2025 by the Department of National Defence Federal Minister. The Western Arctic location of Inuvik makes it a strategic Arctic security and sovereignty location to monitor and defend Canada's Arctic. Mr. Speaker, the 3,000-foot extension to the Inuvik runway will make Inuvik the most strategic Northern Operational Support Hub for the Royal Canadian Air Force and other NORAD partners. Mr. Speaker, make no mistake, this is a great news story, something we need to celebrate. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to congratulate the Nunavut Regional Corporation, the Gwich'in Tribal Council, the local Indigenous contractors, and certainly, last but not least, the leadership shown by this government on that project to get it on time, on budget, and to work closely in collaboration with all its partners. But, Mr. Speaker, the work is not done. D&D staff recently met with the town of Inuvik. Department of Infrastructure and GNWT staff were also at that meeting, as well as IRC and GTC, to discuss their latest plans for future upgrades to the existing forward operating location. Mr. Speaker, over the next 5 years, Inuvik's Northern Operational Support Hub will see 2 new aircraft hangars, fuel storage tanks, and several operational support and storage buildings. Mr. Speaker, the GNWT needs to be prepared, so we are fully involved and committed to ensure Inuvik plays a critical role in Arctic security. The potential jobs and economic development of the D&D upgrades in Inuvik are important locally for the Northwest Territories and certainly nationally, Mr. Speaker. I'll have questions for the Minister of Infrastructure later. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Newfoundland Bootleg. Member statement. Member from the Sawtooth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I share my past several months on periodic talks with Cenovus Energy, an industry company who purchased Husky Energy with assets midway Norman Wells to Toledo, West Mackenzie side. Mr. Speaker, the assets include 17 kilometers of high-grade road, 3 structural bridges, several lay-down pads for an approximate 300,000 cubic meters of granular materials. This was initially installed to support their further exploration in oil and gas production. Mr. Speaker, Cenovus is developing a closure and reclamation plan. First right of refusal of assets opportunity is to the Toledo District Land Corporation. I only share this as a suggestion for the opportunity, an opportunity for the responsible minister to engage with TDLC on the possibility of accessing a portion of the material for a 7-kilometer permitted Mackenzie Valley Highway section. Mr. Speaker, should the responsible minister wish, I can share the contact information. I recognize my limited office authority offers. However, this may present benefits of collaboration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from the Sawtooth. Member statements. Member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we tend to talk about what we can control, what is in our jurisdiction, and how to be best of service to the residents of the Northwest Territories. Unfortunately, climate change doesn't care about jurisdictional boundaries. Climate change demonstrates that we live in a fragile, interconnected global system that requires all governments, indeed all levels of government, to be thoughtful and strategic with how we manage, mitigate, and adapt to these impacts. Mr. Speaker, the north of my childhood is very different than the north that we currently live, work, and grow in. I'm pleased to see some snowfall today, but my whole being knows that it should have snowed and stayed on the ground much, much earlier. It's predicted to be another above-zero Halloween. As the GNWT's own What We Heard report on the 2025-2029 Draft Climate Action Plan has noted, residents have told government that the time for incrementalism is over and that the GNWT must treat climate action with the same urgency as other emergency and public safety priorities. There are global tipping points that we are hurtling towards or may have already passed, like coral reef dieback, melting Antarctic, Arctic, and Greenland ice sheets, or the halting of AMOC, the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation, which is the great hot and cold water circulatory system of the Atlantic Ocean that has massive impacts on global weather patterns and food sources for marine life. Mr. Speaker, I will continue to point to the fact that everything and everyone in this world is interconnected, and how we address globally impactful issues in this House is important. I'm anxious to see the newly merged climate change and energy strategy and how we will move forward with meaningful actions, like reaching net zero by 2050. I also want to specifically state that while we might only admit a small percentage, in fact far less than 1% of Canada's total emissions, that doesn't mean that we get to say we're all good here. Every bit that we can reduce our emissions and make changes to help our environment, and ideally help save our residents money, is important, Mr. Speaker. Our youth especially are looking to us to act, to take action that is appropriate to our context and is impactful. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Great Slave. Member statement. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe that everyone needs and deserves to have a stable roof over their head, no matter how poor they are, even if, and especially if, they're struggling with addictions. There is a tension, though, between that principle and the reality that housing in Canada is a private commodity, one that we need more of. Lots of people cannot afford to own and maintain their own house. so rental options are necessary. If we want more housing to be built, and if we want landlords, including Housing NWT, to survive, then we cannot afford so much ongoing damage to rental units. The individuals causing damage or serious disturbances need to be held accountable, and that includes evictions. Now, we hear opposing narratives. On the one side, we hear that the problem is big bad landlords holding all the power and they're kicking people out unfairly. On the other side, we hear that landlords are helpless to address illegal behavior, people destroying their units, and evictions are impossible to obtain because the rental office and the RCMP are both hamstrung with too much legal due process. So where's the truth? First, I think it's fair to say that many tenants and landlords are unaware of their legal rights. Tenants may not know that they can get the rental office to order their landlord to do proper maintenance, pest control, or that they can appeal an eviction that was made without proper cause or notice. Landlords may not know that there is already a process for expedited evictions. They can end a tenancy with only 10 days written notice if a tenant is causing serious disturbances or hosting illegal activities. I should say that eviction orders are happening. There was 102 last year and 169 the year before. But the rental office recommended in its latest annual report that the Act be changed to allow eviction orders to be immediately enforceable. Of course, evictions often create collateral damage, making people homeless who are being taken advantage of by troublemakers, sometimes their own family members. And evictions are never an ultimate solution. People still have to live somewhere, even if it's in a shelter or an encampment. And there we get into even thornier questions of accountability for people's behavior. Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Thank you. Member from Yellowknife North. Member from Yellowknife North is seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Seeing no nays, you may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleagues. In terms of accountability, I should also note that an occasional fine does not create real accountability for landlords who may be violating tenants' rights over and over. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I believe that housing is both a right and a responsibility, that tenants and landlords should both be held accountable, and tomorrow I will be continuing by discussing possible ways forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Yellowknife North. Member statements. Member from Moultrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in many of our communities in Cleacher Region and the rest of the NWT, landfills are not adequately engineered to protect people or the environment. They lack basic safeguards such as contaminant liners, designated waste zones, and proper leachate management. In some cases, waste is deposited directly on the land, just a short distance from creeks, lakes, or wetlands, with no barriers to protect against runoff or groundwater contaminations. Mr. Speaker, this is not just a technical oversight. This is a public health risk. Improperly managed dumps attracts wildlife, contaminate our water, and release harmful substances into the air and soil. Without proper signage, fencing, or management, these sites can be unsafe, especially for children, elders, and community members who live nearby or use the land for hunting, fishing, or gathering. Mr. Speaker, under best practices and under territorial guidelines, a safe landfill must include environmental protections, setback from water bodies, proper containment of hazardous materials, seasonal access controls, and long-term monitoring. Mr. Speaker, this is creating a safe community. I will have a question for the Minister of MACA. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Mophie. Member statements. Member from Trinidad-Willity.
Mr. Speaker, here in the North, education is a treaty right. In our territory where our communities have long faced severe disadvantages, the rights carriers a unique responsibility to reverse generations of inequality. Our schools embrace the responsibility of dedicating themselves to equipping Indigenous children with the knowledge they need to succeed and connections to their culture from which they can draw strength. This is how our schools have become severe hubs for our communities, where staff go above and beyond to help families across to access the support they need. Indigenous families rely on their schools to guide them in navigating and accessing a wide range of assistance for their children's unique needs. And this is all made possible through the federal government Jordan Principle Program. However, we have long known that the federal government is signaling that they're cutting back. We don't know what changes are coming, but for months, our government has been warned that the school could lose the funding they need for teachers' assistants, culture programs, and essential services such as literacy, interventions, and speech therapy. Over the past few months, the Premier, the Finance Minister, and the Minister of ECC all gone to Ottawa to advocate for this funding to continue, but we don't know what, if anything, they achieve. Meanwhile, the $14 million they've offered, roughly a quarter of that lost funding depends on the school drawn for the surplus and surpluses they save for other priorities such as programs or maintenance of the school. Any day now, we could hear the truth from Ottawa if there are significant cuts to Jordan Principle funding. Our treaty rights to education would rest solely with the territorial government, as they could no longer rely on the federal government to shoulder the responsibility. In that case, the government must take these treaty rights as serious as our schools do and provide adequate funding so schools can continue delivering these vital services. Right now, there are a review of inclusive education in the event of that Jordan Principle funding is cut. I am calling on that review to ensure meaningful consultation and accommodation with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities in all northern schools, so we develop an updated model that ensures territorial funding to these vital programs and services. I will have questions for the Premier at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Trinidad-Willity. Members' statements. Member from Decho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the NWT is facing a growing social crisis. Across our territory and small communities like those in my Decho constituency, we are struggling with violent crimes, intimate partner violence, poverty, addictions, and health issues and housing instability. Mr. Speaker, our people deserve to feel safe. Families deserve peaceful homes. Youth deserve opportunity, and elders deserve to live in comfort. Safe communities are a priority of this government, and my people must live in hope, not fear. Safety cannot come from enforcement alone. The RCMP are not going to lower the crime rate or incarceration rates in our communities. The teachers are not going to ensure our children go to school. And overwhelmed and overworked nurses cannot be the only ones ensuring health in our communities. As we know, it takes a whole community to raise a child. Mr. Speaker, for far too long, people from the outside have come into our communities and told us how to live, work, and think. The solutions we need must come from within our communities. True wellness and healing are community-driven. We need prevention and community-led action now. Mr. Speaker, the people in my riding have the knowledge, the wisdom, and the cultural strength to build solutions that work. Solutions that address root causes of health issues, crime, addictions, and poverty. What they need is the full partnership of this government to empower the people to take ownership of their future well-being. Today, I call on the GNWT to recognize safe communities as our priority in the NWT, to work with community governments, elders, and local organizations to create and build their own community-led responses and solutions to crime, addictions, and poverty. Mr. Speaker, when communities lead, healing follows. And when healing takes root, safety becomes possible. There is no challenge our communities cannot overcome when we are empowered to shape our own future. I will have questions later for the Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from the Date Show. Member statements. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I want to talk about some healthcare innovation and certainly some opportunities that will save this government and our territory a lot of some real tangible dollars, Mr. Speaker. It's about service improvement. Mr. Speaker, using round numbers, because I like them, they flow a little better. Years ago, I think in my first term, way back in the days of yore, someone did an inquiry about how many healthcare cards there were out there, and they found that there were about 45,000, again, using round numbers. However, our Bureau of Stats pointed out there's only 42,000 people in the NWT. Mysterious? I don't know. Mr. Speaker, the idea of trying to be innovative and thoughtful, why don't we follow BC's example where they actually have their healthcare card with a photo on the card, Mr. Speaker, and they've even integrated driver's license to have the healthcare number, Mr. Speaker. It's showing a way to reduce red tape, save some costs, and when it comes to healthcare dollars, ensure Northerners who rightly deserve healthcare, it's protected and served to Northerners, not people cheating the system, Mr. Speaker. If we did an audit today on how many healthcare cards we have or who's getting service, I don't know what it would do. But the statement isn't about that, Mr. Speaker. The statement is about how can we guarantee Northerners are paying for Northern healthcare. Mr. Speaker, we could do this, Mr. Speaker. It'll create efficiency within the system. I mentioned red tape, accessibility, security. It would help save costs overall. Mr. Speaker, this is something could be done whether it's in Litzoke or YK. We could do this. People fill passports out in any region of Canada. In other words, there's ways to do these things. We could take that example. Now, let's start with this. Maybe you're not old enough to drive a car, or maybe driver's license isn't your thing. That's okay too. Mr. Speaker, you could get a general ID card. Again, back to the process that you use for passports for young people, it makes sense, Mr. Speaker, and we can develop it very simple. So, Mr. Speaker, I understand this government's apprehension to lead on initiatives, but I would say BC is certainly leading through legislation, opportunity, protection of the healthcare cards, and protections of their citizens' public dollars, how key and important this is. So I say to this government, if you're not afraid to leave, I accept that, but don't be afraid to follow a fantastic example that'll help all Northerners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife Centre. Member statements. Colleagues, on behalf of the Date Show MLA and myself, we regret to inform you that Alison DePelham passed away on August 10th, 2025. Out of respect for her family, for her and her family, the Date Show Grand Chief closed the DFN office on August 11th. Alison was born to Elizabeth and William DePelham on December 13th, 1951 in Hamilton, Ontario. She was one of 5 children. Her 4 siblings were able to make it to Fort Simpson for her celebration life on September 6, 2025. It was an adventure for getting them here or there because of the smoke and road closures, but in the end, they made it. Celebration Life was officiated by Martina Norwegian with several speakers, including her 2 daughters, the Date Show Grand Chief, the LKFN Chief, and former PKFN Chief, and a number of young people who she helped during her life. Many residents spoke about DePelham's contribution, saying she was a game changer for the community and region. She started working in Sambake, where they would say, ask Alison. She would get things happening and help the community. Then she moved to Fort Simpson, working for LKFN, and moving to the Date Show, and then moving into the Date Show First Nation. People spoke about her being the axle that helped move the Date Show First Nation wheels. Through 3 retirements and 4 resignations, she was always coming back to help the organization. Alison and her 3 mainstays, Dora, Leona, and Sarah, had a lot of firsts, great experiences, laughter, and tears throughout the years. They were an amazing team. As time came about, she would recruit other strong ladies to the organization. A few of these leaders spoke about how Alison was always there for them. They thanked Alison for her commitment, dedication, and love for the Denny people in the region. She left a lot of her knowledge and work ethic to her staff and youth. We heard how she was a tireless champion of the date show, playing a vital role in preserving and protecting traditional culture and land. She was a major advocate for language revitalization, securing funds to help people learn Denijati. She was a key proponent of the mentor apprenticeship program. Ellison was a great mother and a foster parent. We heard stories how she went to bat for her children under her care and doing it without wanting any recognition. One young man spoke about how she helped him get where he was today and how he treated him as a son. This was Allison, always providing care for her children in the community and area. Like most individuals, it's hard to fully share her impact on the residents of the Date Show and her family. So I have attached both her daughter's words of Allison, which I would like deemed as read and printed in the answers. On behalf of the Date Show MLA and myself, we'd like to thank her and her family for serving the people of the Date Show. She will be sadly missed, but never forgotten. Member statements. Member statements. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member from Nunavut-Bootleg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize two constituents today. First, Mr. Todd Orpitz. Todd Orpitz was recently the appointee for the Accountability and Oversight Committee on the After Action Review, and now, Mr. Speaker, he's working with Northwind Industries. Speaking of Northwind Industries, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize Mr. Kurt Wayman, the owner and CEO of Northwind Industries, and currently doing the work on the Runway project in partnership with the Indigenous governments as well as EGT out of Tuktoyaktuk. And Mr. Speaker, that is the company I was congratulating a little earlier today, so I'd like to welcome them both to our chamber and thank them for their contribution to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Recognition of visitors gallery. Member from the Sahtu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too would like to recognize ex-colleague, ex-speaker, Mr. ex-chief Sonny Blake, as well as ex-chief Grace Blake as well, and not to forget Uncle Georgie Mussey.
Thank you, member from the Sahtu. Recognition of visitors gallery. Member from Hay River North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to recognize an honored guest in the gallery today, Grand Chief Sonny Blake from the Gwich'in Tribal Council. Also, of course, former Speaker of this House and a colleague of ours for 8 years. So it's always good to have him back in the House here. It feels complete now. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Hay River North. Recognition of visitors and gallery. Member from Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Speaker, I'd like to recognize a constituent of mine, Lorraine Greenland. Thank you for being here today, and as well as Georgie and Sunny and Grace, Annie. It's nice to have people in the audience, and I see Kurt and Todd there too, so thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Inuvik Twin Lakes. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member from Tunaday-Willades.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too would like to stand up and recognize the former Speaker of the House here, Mr. Frederick Blake. It's good to see you here today, and also to your delegation that's all here. I want to say Mussey for being here, and thank you. Also, I want to recognize Mr. Kurt Wayman as well, and Todd that's here as well, and welcome everybody to the House. Mussey.
Thank you, member from Tunaday-Willades. Recognition as visitor in the gallery. Member from Ophwe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge and recognize Daryl Chocolate. He is originally from Gamity, and I've known Daryl for many years when he attended Chief Jimmy Bruin School in Edzo. So I would like to recognize him, and I would like to recognize and welcome Sonny Blake, and Diane Archie was there, and then Cynthia Cardinal in the gallery. Thank you.
Member from Ophwe. Recognition of visitors in gallery. Recognition of visitors in gallery. If we missed anyone in the gallery today, welcome to your chambers. Thanks to you, we get the pleasure of representing the people of Northwest Territories for 4 years. Now we're actually halfway through, so we have 2 years left of representing the people of Northwest Territories. So thank you very much for giving us this honor. I hope you are enjoying the proceedings. It's always nice to have people in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Reports of Committee of the Review of Bills. Reports of the Committee of Review of Bills. Reports on Standing and Special Committee. Member from Ophir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Social Development is pleased to provide its report on housing as a human right and commends it to the House. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Mackenzie Delta, that the remainder of committee reports 29-20, bracket 1, Standing Committee on Social Development Report on Housing as a human right be deemed read and printed in Hansard in its entirety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Ophir. Member from Ophir.
Okay. 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 Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Mackenzie Delta. Okay, Range Lake, from Range Lake, that committee report 29-20, bracket 1, Standing Committee on Social Development report on housing as human rights be received by the Assembly and referred to the Committee of the Whole. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Ophir. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstained? Motion carried. Member from Ophir.
Executive summary. Mr. Speaker, Standing Committee on Social Development presents this report on committee project. Housing as a human right to advise the government of the Northwest Territories on how to implement the right to adequate housing through updates to the territorial laws and policies. The report outlines committee study, public engagement, findings, and positions on key legislative and policy updates needed to advance housing rights in the Northwest Territories. The report puts forward 44 recommendations to guide the GNWT's response, which will strengthen housing policy, improve access to adequate housing across the northern housing continuum, and ensure that all residents can live in dignity and security. Committee study was guided by the question, what does a right to adequate housing mean for law and policies in the Northwest Territories? The project involved literature and legislative reviews, policy and analysis, and engagement with Indigenous governments, nonprofit organizations, housing researchers, landlords, developers, and individuals with lived experience. Committee received 20 written submissions and presentations between August 2024 and March 2025. Witnesses and subject matters experts described the housing situation in the Northwest Territories as dire and urgent. Nearly 1 in 4 households in the Northwest Territories live in unsuitable, inadequate, or unaffordable dwellings and cannot afford alternative housing. Nearly half of homes are unsuitable or require major repairs. Close to 10% of households are informally sheltering someone experiencing homelessness. Outside Yellowknife, 73% of tenant households rely on public housing, with wait lists representing an additional 8% of households. These realities reflect systemic barriers to accessing safe, adequate, culturally appropriate, and climate-resilient housing. Committee study found that the housing crisis is rooted in historical and ongoing policy failures. Public housing has long dominated the northern housing landscape with limited alternatives available. Federal funding for public housing has declined since the 1990s, and the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation, now Housing NWT, has shifted its role from direct delivery to partnership facilitation. This transition has opened opportunities for Indigenous governments and community organizations to lead housing initiatives, though outcomes vary across regions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I request that my committee colleague for Range Lake read the next sections of the report. Thank you.
Member from Moofig. Member from Rangeley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chair. Committee examined the distinction between market and non-market communities. Most NWT communities lack a functioning market, meaning residents have few options beyond public housing. In these communities, the conventional housing continuum promoted by the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation does not reflect local realities. Committee supports the development of a northern housing continuum that includes transitional housing, supportive housing, community-led housing, and subsidized home ownership. Committee also explored the principle of housing as a human right under international law, including the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. The right to adequate housing includes security of tenure, affordability, habitability, access to services, location, accessibility, and cultural adequacy. Committee heard that realizing this right requires governments to establish mechanisms that make housing accessible, enforceable, and responsive to the needs of marginalized populations. Committee reviewed the Federal National Housing Strategy Act, which recognizes housing as a human right and outlines mechanisms such as the Federal Housing Advocate and National Housing Council. Witnesses emphasized the need for territorial legislation to mirror these mechanisms and ensure accountability. Committee also examined eviction practices, access to justice, culturally appropriate advocacy, and the need for legal supports for tenants. Throughout the study, committee identified gaps in the northern housing continuum and emphasized the need to invest in all housing types. Committee supports a shift towards affordable home ownership, particularly in non-market communities, and highlights innovative models such as the Northern Transitional Home Ownership Model. Examples from communities like Fort Good Hope demonstrate how community-led housing initiatives can produce homes, create jobs, and foster economic development. Committee reviewed Housing NWT's policies and programs, including home ownership initiatives, appeal processes, tenant eligibility, repair programs, and funding mechanisms. Committee applied a rights-based lens to assess whether these policies support the progressive realization of housing rights. Committee also examined barriers to construction, land access, and trades capacity, and emphasized the importance of wraparound supports for tenants and shelter users. The housing crisis in the NWT continues to affect thousands of residents across the territory. Committee urges the GNWT to take timely and coordinated action to implement the 44 recommendations outlined in this report. These recommendations reflect the collective input of Indigenous governments, housing experts, service providers, and residents, and offer a clear path forward to strengthen housing policy and delivery. By committing the necessary resources and working collaboratively across departments and with communities, the GNWT can make meaningful progress towards realizing the right to adequate housing. List of recommendations. Recommendation 1. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories formally and officially recognize housing as a human right. Specifically, the Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories urgently create new legislation that recognizes the right to adequate housing as it is articulated in international human rights law, in the United Nations Convention on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, and in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. This new legislation should incorporate accountability mechanisms found in Canada's National Housing Strategy Act, including developing and maintaining a robust housing strategy to progressively realize housing as a human right in the Northwest Territories. Recommendation 2. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories publicly recognize the colonial legacies that have contributed to Indigenous homelessness in the Northwest Territories. To address these legacies, the Government of the Northwest Territories should use the principles outlined in the Northwest Territories United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Implementation Act to guide policy changes in the housing sector and increase local government decision-making to facilitate the co-development of new housing policies by council leaders and Indigenous governments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that my committee colleague, the member for Sault 2, continue with the reading of this report. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Range Lake. Member from the Sault 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the member from Range Lake. To the report, recommendation number 3. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories create the Office of the Territorial Housing Advocate and appoint a Territorial Housing Advocate. The Territorial Housing Advocate and its office should operate as an independent, nonpartisan entity modeled after the Federal Housing Advocate. Its objective should be to advance meaningful action towards meaningful action towards addressing the inadequate housing and homelessness in the Northwest Territories. The office should be created within the 20th Assembly, and implementation plan to create this office should be developed and tabled in the House within 1 year. Recommendation number 4. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories assign the Territorial Housing Advocate and its office to investigate how human rights and advocacy organizations can pursue legal remedies for violation of the right to housing through legal and policy frameworks. This research study should identify existing legal barriers to housing-related claims, consider amendments to the Northwest Territories Human Rights Act or other relevant statutes, and establish clear mechanisms for litigation and legal recourse. The research study should be done in consultation with affected communities and legal experts and presented to the Legislative Assembly for consideration within the first year of the office's creation. Recommendation number 5. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories review and amend the Northwest Territories Residential Tenancy Act to include a proportionality framework that considers reasonable alternatives and ensures that evictions are used as a last resort only in serious situations such as those where criminal activities are present. Recommendation number 6. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends that the Government Northwest Territories review the evictions from public housing policy to incorporate consideration of multi-generational living arrangements prior to eviction decisions. Recommendation number 7. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories increase the number of supportive living and transitional housing options for individuals who are evicted from the public housing system. Steps and timelines to achieve this should be included in the government's costed action plan as referenced in recommendation number 22. Recommendation 8. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends that the Government Northwest Territories amend the Legal Aid Act and its regulations to include matters arising under the Residential Tenancy Act, as well as other housing-related legal matters, such as evictions, that may fall outside of the Residential Tenancy Act as subjects to which legal and legal aid services may be provided. The Government of the Northwest Territories should utilize the upcoming new federal blueprint for a renter's bill of rights to inform the development of effective legal aid services for tenants that reduce the power of imbalance. To provide effective legal services, the Government of the Northwest Territories should advocate or allocate funding to the legal aid program to support services provided for housing-related matters. Recommendation number 9. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government Northwest Territories review and ensure that housing NWT policies are culturally appropriate, including that any related applications be available in Indigenous languages. The government should also implement policies to train government service officers on culturally appropriate advocacy related to the housing issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I shall pass this on to my colleague from the Deitcho. Merci.
Member from the Sahtu. Member from the Deitcho.
Further to recommendations, recommendation 10, the Standing Committee on Social Development recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories present a legislative proposal by mid-2026 to significantly modernize the Northwest Territories Residential Tenancies Act. The amendments should be centered on the right to adequate housing and provide clear guidance to tenants and landlords on their rights and responsibilities. Recommendation number 10. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories conduct an operational review of the Northwest Territories rental office, including whether it is accessible for tenants and landlords, whether it is adequately staffed, and whether access to justice through the Northwest Territories Legal Aid Commission is integrated within the roles and responsibilities of the rental office. Recommendation number 12. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends that the Government of Northwest Territories work with Housing Northwest Territories and the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation to develop and endorse a draft definition of the housing continuum that reflects the northern context. This preliminary northern housing definition should incorporate Indigenous understandings of housing and home and support, a reframing of housing policy, and funding models to align the lived realities of northern communities. Committee encourages the use of the alternative framework developed through the At Home in the North project led by Dr. Julia Christensen. It is further recommended that the Housing Northwest Territories publicly release this draft definition by the end of 2026 to support ongoing dialogue and policy development. Recommendation 13. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories reassesses its role in providing home ownership programs in communities that are initiating their own locally led housing programs. Where there are locally led initiatives, the government should redirect its investments to empower Indigenous government-led or other locally led home ownership programs that offer cultural and community-specific supports. Recommendation 14. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories reinstate the 1980 Home Ownership Assistance Program with modern adjustments to reflect current needs. Committee further recommends the government implement the Northern Transitional Homeownership Model, which was presented to committee. Recommendation 15. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories review municipal funding policies administered by the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs to ensure they do not create barriers to community-directed housing initiatives, including staff housing, and to commit to a timeline for when this review will be complete. Recommendation 16. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories review the current housing policy environment to identify and implement new or expanded incentives that support the development of affordable market housing. Recommendation 17. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories expedite the development of a territorial building code to encourage the development of safe and appropriate housing and to dismantle barriers to building in the north, and to publicly commit to the timelines necessary for this work to be brought forward. Recommendation 18. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories develop and implement a territorial trade strategy for housing-related trades that offers training and certification programs for local residents and build long-term capacity. This program should establish an agency of tradespeople to ensure access to services across the territory and should subsidize contractors traveling to remote communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that my committee colleague, the member for Yellowknife North, read the next section. Thank you.
Jay Cho, member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleagues. Recommendation 19, the Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories sign memorandums of understanding with Indigenous governments who have settled land claims with land use policies to encourage housing development. Recommendation 20, the Standing Committee on Social Development recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories develop policies that improve coordination between Housing NWT and other GNWT departments to remove barriers to housing development. This includes urgently increasing the supply of land suitable for residential construction, simplifying land use planning and approval processes, and embedding climate adaptation into land development strategies. Recommendation 21. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories, through Housing NWT, collaborate with local housing organizations to revise their repair and maintenance policies in a manner that empowers public housing tenants to undertake minor repairs and maintenance themselves where appropriate. Recommendation 22. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories provide adequate funding and investment in the development of transitional housing and in strengthening the shelter and safe home system in small communities of the Northwest Territories to relieve the burden on the Yellowknife shelter system. As the first step to achieve this, the Government of the Northwest Territories should develop a costed action plan outlining specific action steps, each with an assigned budget and timeline, and table this in the House within the 20th Legislative Assembly. Recommendation 23. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories create a 24-hour shelter in the City of Yellowknife, either through an existing or new program, to ensure wraparound supports are accessible for those utilizing homelessness shelter spaces to be able to move along the housing continuum. Recommendation 24. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories create 24-hour shelters in communities across the territory, prioritized according to the urgency of shelter needs in the communities, to ensure wraparound supports are accessible for those utilizing homelessness shelter spaces to move along the housing continuum. Recommendation 25. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories review and implement strategies to assist nonprofit and charitable organizations with contracts to provide social housing or housing first, with the rise of insurance costs, specifically for their rental housing programs. Recommendation 26. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories actively collaborate with municipalities and communities across the territory to develop and implement a standardized encampment protocol. This protocol should prioritize the safety and dignity of individuals living in tent encampments, while also ensuring respectful coexistence with neighboring residents, properties, and public spaces. Establishing clear guidelines and responsibilities will help prevent conflict, support vulnerable populations, and promote community well-being. Recommendation 27. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends that Government of the Northwest Territories work with the federal government to ensure that funding mechanisms, such as those established under the Urban, Rural, and Northern Indigenous Housing Strategy, provide direct and equitable funding to Indigenous governments and organizations, including those with both settled and unsettled land claims. This approach is necessary to address and reduce funding disparities between regions and to support equitable access to housing resources for all Indigenous peoples across the Northwest Territories. Recommendation 28. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories collaborate with the Yukon Government and the Government of Nunavut to develop a unified pan-territorial advocacy plan. This plan should be used to advocate to the Government of Canada to ensure that federal policies and funding are better aligned with Northern realities and Indigenous perspectives in light of federal strategies, such as the Urban, Rural, and Northern Indigenous Housing Strategy, and funding that continues to fall short in reaching the housing needs of Northerners. Recommendation 29. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories incorporate the recommendations contained in this report into its proposed 3-year housing plan. The committee expects the housing plan to clearly demonstrate how each recommendation is being addressed, including the actions to be taken, anticipated outcomes, and timelines for implementation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that my committee colleague, the member for Range Lake, read the next section.
Mike North, member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. Recommendation 30, the Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories, through Housing Northwest Territories, enhance transparency and reporting of distinction-based funding allocations to ensure that the needs of each community and the overall advancement of housing in the territory are being met. Recommendation 31, the Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the government of the Northwest Territories establish a mechanism to more equitably assess eligibility for homeownership programs. These programs should take into account individual circumstances, particularly in cases involving outstanding mortgage and rental arrears, to ensure that the programs are responsive to the complex realities faced by residents. Recommendation 32, the Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories provide more transparency surrounding the specific age and condition of housing units allowable under the Home Ownership Initiative policy, and publicly publish the age of public housing units that have been deemed eligible for the Home Ownership Initiative program. Recommendation 33, the Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories reform the housing appeals process to support the progressive realization of the right to housing and ensure more inclusive, transparent, and effective oversight. This necessarily includes that all appeals under public housing and homeownership programs bypass the district director and proceed directly to the Housing Appeal Committee to streamline the process and reduce administrative burden and barriers. That the composition of the Housing Appeal Committee be revised to require membership of individuals with lived experience of homelessness or housing need, and where possible, individuals with expertise in human rights, to ensure a more representative and rights-based approach to decision-making. Recommendation 34, the Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories transition all current housing rating systems to a rights-based approach, focusing on ensuring fair and equitable access to housing for all, particularly those in greatest need. This should involve prioritizing vulnerable groups, promoting non-discrimination, and empowering tenants in the housing process. Recommendation 35. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories review the public housing tenant eligibility policy to ensure that it provides those ineligible for public housing a clear and time-bound response to how they could have their eligibility reinstated. Recommendation 36. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories revise the Community Housing Plan policy to include capacity building supports tailored to community needs. This should include additional human, financial, and technical resources to support implementation of housing plans. Recommendation 37. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories conduct an audit of the Small Community Homelessness Fund to determine and report on its overall policy performance. Recommendation 38. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories revise and adjust the eligible income thresholds for co-payment for the Senior Home Repair Program, the Seniors Aging in Place Program, and the Home Repair Program based on inflation and cost of living increases, and reviewed every 3 years thereafter. Recommendation 39. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories review and revise the eligible properties for the Senior Home Repair Program, the Seniors Aging in Place Program, the Home Repair Program, and the Preventative Maintenance Program, specifically expanding the eligibility coverage of each policy to include primary residences outside municipal boundaries. Recommendation 40. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories review the disposal of residential property policy to ensure that Housing Northwest Territories assets located on treaty territory and subject to disposal under the policy provide Indigenous governments with the first right of refusal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that further reading of this report be handed over to our committee chair, the member from Montfrey. Thank you.
From Range Lake, member from Montfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, recommendation 41. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the government of the Northwest Territories review the Community Housing Support Initiative program to ensure it is reaching its goals and full effectiveness. Specifically, committee recommends interviewing current and past recipients on the feasibility of supporting housing affordability and adequacy beyond the duration of their contribution agreement in order to evaluate the initiative's long-term impact on housing. It is recommended that the government of the Northwest Territories publish the results of the program, review and share it with the Standing Committee on Social Development. Recommendation 42, the Standing Committee on Social Development recommends that GNWT review all housing NWT financial policies, including policies respecting loans and grants, to ensure treaty obligations are upheld, specifically to ensure that policies safeguard against unfairly including treaty-related income, such as dividend payments or gifts, into an applicant's income, and thus disproportionately impacting their eligibility or level of assistance. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the government of the Northwest Territories make any necessary policy changes to achieve this. Recommendation 43, the Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the government of the Northwest Territories review and revise the collection policy to ensure that the policy prioritizes the well-being and dignity of individuals and their right to adequate housing. Collection action should not jeopardize an individual's ability to secure and maintain adequate housing. Further, the collections policy should establish clear accountability mechanisms to ensure that collections comply with human rights standards. In its review, the government of the Northwest Territories should engage individuals and communities experiencing housing challenges. Recommendation 44, the Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the government of the Northwest Territories respond to this report within 120 days. Thank you.
Member from Montfrey. Member from Montfrey.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Range Lake, that the remainder of the committee report 29-20, bracket 1, Standing Committee on Social Development, report on housing as a human right be deemed read and printed in Hansard in its entirety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Montfrey. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor, please. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carried, except for some commentary in the peanut gallery. Member from Montfrey.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Range Lake, that committee report 29-20, bracket 1, Standing Committee on Social Development report on housing as human right be received by the Assembly and referred to the Committee of the Whole. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Montfrey. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Yay. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion has been carried. Reports of standing and special committees, reports on standing and special committees, returns to oral questions, acknowledgements, member from Tabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to move item 14, tabling of documents from up in the order paper to number 9. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Tabacha. Member from Tabacha is seeking unanimous consent to move 14 up to number 9. Any nays? Seeing no nays. Member from Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document. Legal Aid Commission of the Northwest Territories Annual Report 2024-2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Justice. Tabling of documents. Colleagues, in accordance with Section 41 of the Northwest Territories Act, I wish to table the report of the Auditor General of Canada to the Northwest Territories Legislative Assembly on housing in the Northwest Territories. Tabling of documents, Colleagues, being recognition of the time, and I know oral questions are going to be an hour, so we are going to take a short recess to give the translators a time to have a break. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister explain whether or not our NWT boreal forest is still acting as a carbon sink? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Great Slave. Minister of ECC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, historically, the Northwest Territorial Boreal Forest has acted as a strong carbon sink, absorbing more carbon dioxide than it releases. However, recent research combined with the effects of drought, wildfire, and permafrost thaw is weakening things, and research was presented recently at the Landscape Carbon Workshop in February of 2025, and as things move forward, the cumulative effects of these recent fire seasons, particularly 2023 as the most severe season in our history, have shifted some areas of the boreal landscape from carbon sink to net carbon source. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of ECC. Member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So that is a tipping point for us. Does the Minister know how much more greenhouse gases we are emitting annually as compared to prior to our 2023 wildfire season and continued permafrost melt? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Great Slave, Minister of ECC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's very challenging to quantify and compare carbon landscape emissions over time in the NWT and in Canada and worldwide for that matter. Canada and Canadian jurisdictions use methods developed by the United Nations to report on their emissions, and this message does not account for natural variations, carbon levels associated with, for example, wildfires or permafrost thaw. It really only captures the human made emissions component of that data, and we also know that there are knowledge gaps in these emissions, and it is currently difficult to tell the difference between natural emission cycles and emissions due to climate change. We're advancing work to better understand and potentially manage the landscape carbon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of ECC. Final supplementary. Member from Great Slave.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. So in short, 2 questions, 2 no's. Will the Minister direct his staff to allocate additional resources for climate monitoring and especially more community-based monitoring while also incorporating traditional knowledge when it's appropriate? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Great Slave, Minister of ECC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, currently there are over 100 climate stations operated by the GNWT and the federal government, so Environment and Climate Change, across the NWT. The GNWT has climate stations in every NWT community, and building from the Landscape Carbon Workshop, the GNWT is coordinating efforts with partners, including Indigenous governments and researchers, to develop a landscape carbon roadmap for the Northwest Territories, and this roadmap will identify the next steps in research, monitoring, including Western science, traditional knowledge, and local knowledge, and the potential management related to this landscape carbon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister ECC. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member from Decho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are going to be directed to the Minister of Justice. Can the Minister explain what steps the GNWT is taking to prioritize and support safer communities in the Decho where crime and social issues are reaching crisis levels? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I certainly feel for the member and the impacts that her community and many communities are facing across the Northwest Territories. Our government has taken many steps to date, and we have many steps coming forward as we progress with different pieces of legislation. The Trespass Act, the Civil Forfeiture Act, the SCAN legislation are tools that are on the landscape that will help support communities. I have been engaging with small communities, getting feedback and response from those communities to address what their immediate needs are and how we can work together. And I think a lot of the tools that we've put into place through the RCMP, additional staff and, primary, our crime reduction unit, our other key components that we've put in place to focus on the drugs and crime related areas in the territory are certainly ways we can work together with the community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Justice, member from Decho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the minister commit to working directly with Decho community governments and local leadership to develop community-led safety and wellness strategies tailored to their unique needs and cultural strengths? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Decho, Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, crime reduction and prevention is a key priority of the GNWT and a complex issue requiring community support and involvement. And I really want to emphasize that this is not anything that we can do alone. The GNWT can't solve this problem without working very closely with all of the other agencies across the NWT, as well as with the communities, the Indigenous governments, the Indigenous organizations. It needs to be an all-hands-on-deck approach, Mr. Speaker. As Minister of Justice, I'm responsible for setting the policy and priorities for 2024 to 2027, including building and strengthening those relationships with Indigenous governments and communities, and certainly want to continue those conversations that we're all working together to address this severe challenge that is really impacting our communities in a very negative way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Justice, final supplementary, member from the Decho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the minister outline what resources or flexible funding options are available or will be made available to help Decho communities design and implement their own local safety and healing initiatives? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from the Decho, Minister of ECC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once again, I think this is really an all-of-government approach required here. Like I said earlier, I've gone to many of the small communities, met with many of the leaders across the Northwest Territories on this exact issue, and I've heard many of the concerns that the member has also raised around communities, having specific needs. And I think as we look at this holistically and from the big picture, we need to continue that conversation with the communities to help them to identify potential funding sources, and certainly optimistic with the new federal budget coming out in early November that there may be some potential pots that we could work together on trying to identify those needs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Justice. Oral questions, member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Justice recently announced a new program to support mental health of jurors who often go through very difficult circumstances in the course of executing their responsibilities to juries. This is relevant to a report put out by the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights in May of 2018 called Improving Support for Jurors in Canada. That's a House of Commons committee. That committee made 11 recommendations, and one of these was to recommend that provinces and territories offer psychological support and counseling programs without predetermined time limits and the number of sessions left to the discretion of a mental health professional. So I'd like to ask the Minister of Justice today if this new program that's being rolled out to support jurors will conform to those recommendations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Range Lake, Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, currently we are using the Employee Assistance Program as a support for jurors that are currently serving, and I certainly appreciate that jury duty is an honor, but also can be a very traumatic and challenging experience. We're currently working on a new program that will come out hopefully in 2026, and I don't have the specific answer to that, but I'm happy to get that information and provide it to the member to focus in on the detail of that request. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the ministers. As the former jury administrator for the Northwest Territories, this is a deeply held issue for me because I dealt with so many people in the system who were doing jurors. We actually compensate jurors around $80 a day. The same committee report recommends increasing it to $120 a day. Ontario has already done this. Nunavut pays between $100 to $150 a day. This eases with the time commitments required for a jury. Will the minister increase fees for jurors to $120 a day? Thank you.
Member from Range Lake, Minister Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. Certainly, can feel the sentiment that $80 a day does not seem like an adequate level of compensation for a person to give up their time, and it's a tremendous sacrifice not only from a financial perspective, depending on sort of what your employment opportunities are like. Certainly willing to take that back and have a conversation with the department about what that could potentially look like. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister Justice. Final supplementary. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you. That's less than minimum wage, so I hope that we see some progress on that. Finally, the committee has also recommended that interactions between jurors and other participants in the proceedings be minimized outside the courtroom with special parking spaces, access routes, and including secure areas where jurors can be alone to recharge after hearing difficult evidence and testimony in the courts. Will the minister make the necessary changes to the Yellowknife Courthouse and on community circuit as well, ensure that those kind of provisions are in place to ensure that jurors are so minimized from any kind of conflicts with individuals in the proceedings? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Valet parking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll speak first primarily to the Yellowknife Courthouse, and we do have plans in the capital plan coming forward that part of that plan is to address a more secure parking area. I don't know specifically, as I sit here today, if it will include juror parking, but certainly happy to take that away as well and look at what that could potentially look like. As well as, I'm familiar with very few courthouses across the Northwest Territories and what those facilities look like. But again, I think in our rapidly changing world and our increased level of violence that we see on many, many fronts, I'm happy to again take that away and have that conversation with the department and see what potential solutions could be looked at. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Justice. Oral questions. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions are for the Minister of Justice. So every year, the NWT Rental Office makes many of the same recommendations over and over on ways that the Residential Tenancies Act should be changed to better protect both tenants and landlords. Has the government formally responded to any of these recommendations? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Yellowknife North. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, although no formal response has been issued for these recommendations from the NWT Rental Office, the Department of Justice has committed to undertake a review of the Residential Tenancies Act during the 20th Assembly in response to the annual report of the rental officer and the reoccurring issue of illegal activities in public housing raised through various channels are certainly one of the key reasons that we're undertaking this work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Justice. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. So I'm interested if the Minister can tell us some more details about the timeline for reviewing the Residential Tenancies Act and how the scope of the changes to the Act will be determined. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Yellowknife North. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Department was hoping to have the Act reviewed by the end of the summer of 2025, but this review has been delayed primarily due to capacity challenges and really those key changes that we've made is we've really focused our resources on the three key pieces of community safety legislation, the Trespass Act, the scan legislation, and the Civil Forfeiture Act, and this has slowed the timeline for the review, conducting the review of the Residential Tenancies Act. We have started that work, however, and there's plans to do engagement with stakeholders on the Act before the end of the fall of 2025, and I realize that that's coming up fairly quickly. And this review will form the amendments to the Act in the 21st Legislative Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Justice, final supplementary. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I realize we define our seasons in pretty broad terms here, and there are a few leaves still on the trees, but we do have snow on the ground, so I would say fall could be officially deemed over. Finally, what is the government doing to ensure that tenants are aware of their existing legal rights, including providing enhanced access to legal aid supports? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Yellowknife North, Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so it's important to recognize that the Rental Office is a judicial body that adjudicates the Residential Tenancies Act to both landlords and tenants. We've recently made some changes to have friendlier applications to the Rental Office for landlords and tenants, which are now available online. We've updated policies and posted it online for greater transparency. We have a handbook posted that explains the rights and responsibilities of landlords and tenants. And upon request, the Literacy Council and the Francophone Association has provided information sessions. We also, in regards to the legal aid support, the Outreach Clinic provides residents with the NWT an hour of free legal advice and referrals with walk-in sessions 2 days a week in community clinics where an outreach lawyer travels to different NWT communities to provide legal advice and public legal education. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Justice. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member from Nunavut Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, following up on my member statement regarding the Inuvik Airport runway extension project, again, the great work that's been done so far, I'd like to ask the Minister of Infrastructure if he can give an explanation of or a breakdown, I guess I shouldn't say explanation, of the commitment going forward and timelines to get this project finished, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Nunavut Lake, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the Department of Infrastructure has been working closely with their partners to complete this project at the Inuvik Airport. This is a strategic airport, as the member stated, for the Northwest Territories for numerous reasons, and also the interest of D&D. We're continuing to work on the runway extension and work with our partners onto the interests of the area, and we'll continue to work with them to complete this project, as it is an important project for the government of Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure. Member from Nunavut Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I understand originally in the original plan that the paving of the runway, which has now been complete, the runway itself is constructed. I know there's some ditching required to be done still. Paving was originally scheduled for 2026. I understand that paving now has been delayed to 2027, possibly later. Can the minister speak to why there's a delay in the paving project? Thank you.
From Nunavut Lake, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So there is some delay to the previous commitment of paving. However, as the member's probably aware, the ground in the area is built on permafrost, and so is that runway. So what the department is actually waiting for is for an opportunity for that ground to settle as much as it can before they start doing a lot of the paving. The problem is right now it's moved actually quite a bit in certain areas. In the last, from last fall till now, there has been some area of movement of up to a foot. So in order to bring that up to grade, they would have to fill that in, and with the pavement and everything like that, there is a considerable amount of weight with pavement that's going to be placed on this. So if we don't allow this to settle and pack down first before we put the asphalt down, it could cause a lot more issues. So the biggest issue is waiting for the ground to settle before we start doing the final phase of putting the asphalt on the ground there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Infrastructure. Final supplementary, member from Inuvik Boot Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. And certainly, yes, we are aware of ever-changing times with settling, and likely that runway will be settling for many years to come, as many of the roads and infrastructure are in my region. Given that, Mr. Speaker, and these delays, can the Minister speak to the communication between both the contractor, the Indigenous governments, and all the proponents, including the town of Inuvik, for information purposes, and these delays, and having that communication open with them as well, so they're aware what's happening as the project moves forward? Thank you.
Member from Inuvik Boot Lake. Minister of Infrastructure.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We continually work with our partners, including D&D, in communicating the status of the project. I'm quite certain they're aware of the issues with the ground and the problems that we're having with that, just to settle it. So yeah, the department works with the Department of National Defence and communicates with them the status of this project and you know, the path forward. With regards to the town of Inuvik, I'll have to find out from the department of what communication has been sent to the town of Inuvik in regards to that. I'm not 100% sure on on that form of communication, but yeah, we have a good working relationship with the contractors. The contractors have done some great work there, and we continue working with them to improve the Inuvik Airport for the area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Infrastructure. Oral questions. Oral questions, member from Trinidad Willety.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Premier. In the recent months, there has been a lot of lobbying with Ottawa and to protect Jordan Principal's funding, along with council leaders. Can the Premier update the House on what he and his ministers heard and achieved at these meetings to protect Indigenous children's education here in the Northwest Territories? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Trinidad Willety. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll do my best to answer. I might hand it to the Education Minister at some point, but I will say that Jordan's Principal has been at the forefront of our discussions with the federal government since this announcement was made to change the program. I've spoken about it to the Prime Minister. I was very direct with him about the impacts on the territory. When we went to Ottawa as the Council of Leaders, we collectively spoke to the federal ministers, Minister Chartrand, Minister Galmasti, Minister Alty, about Jordan's Principal. Indigenous leaders and GNWT ministers all spoke with one voice and really let the federal government know exactly how this change has impacted the territory, how we're different from southern Canada. And so we did not get a commitment that they're going to reinstate the program in the territory as it was before, but I think it was an important conversation to have in light of the upcoming budget. And I will say that in our conversations, a number of the ministers have acknowledged that, that we have unique circumstances and they are looking into the program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Trinidad Willety.
Education is a territorial responsibility, and under the first payer principle of Jordan Principle, the government approach first must provide these services without delay. Can the Premier explain why ECE continues to dispute who funds Indigenous education with or without Jordan Principle? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Trinidad Willety. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The GNWT is a public government, so we fund public education. Most of the people in the territory are Indigenous, so we provide education to Indigenous students with the general public government funding. So I'm not quite sure what dispute the member is referencing, but we understand that we are a public government and that we provide education to all members of the public. Thank you.
Mr. Premier. Final supplementary. Member from Trinidad Willety.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. If schools can no longer access Jordan Principal's funding, the resulting cuts to education will be so severe that our treaty rights will be violated. Will the Premier direct the Minister of ECC to restore that funding through exclusive education for our children, or will you stand by and let our sacred treaties be ignored and eroded? Thank you.
Member from Tunde Willity. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bit of a loaded question there. I will say that for the members of the public who want some insight into how things work around here, the Premier does not direct the ministers to do things like that. That is a money decision, so those types of decisions are made by the Financial Management Board. That is how that $14 million that was allocated came about. It was a decision of all the group of ministers here. So I don't, from the technical standpoint, I don't have the power to tell the minister to fund this. From a fiscal standpoint, the minister does not have $60 million in her budget to fund it. So there's some issues with how things are being proposed there. That being said, the federal government has a long history of creating programs and then abandoning those programs and the GNWT picking up those programs because often they're much needed. This is an instance where we cannot pick up a $60 million a year increase in funding, so we are going to continue to lobby the federal government along with all the other Indigenous leaders at the Council of Leaders to reinstate the program so that it works for the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Premier. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member from Yonge Centre.
Couldn't hear you. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate today I want to ask questions surprise to the Health Minister, one of my favorite ministers over there. Not the only favorite, but in the top 7 for sure. I was going to say top 8. In the top 7, Mr. Speaker. In my member statement, I talked about the way we could improve our healthcare security as well as potentially cost and credibility in the sense of making sure Northerners are using healthcare and those who certainly deserve it or qualify for it. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned BC uses a photograph on their car driver's license and also has a healthcare number on the back. Mr. Speaker, we may not be able to take all the leaps and bounds, but as they say, I'm here to help. So, Mr. Speaker, would the minister be willing to investigate the options about being able to put a Northern citizen's picture on the healthcare as a first step to ensure we can guarantee the credibility of our cards and our system at large? Thank you.
Member from Yonge Centre. Minister, Health and Social.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can commit to connecting with my colleagues. I did have a little bit of a one-off conversation in Alberta as they're looking into this as well. But I can reach out to the other jurisdictions and see like how it's coming, pros and cons of it, and how could that potentially be implemented here in the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Social Services. Member from Yonge Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, never mind. Thank you. I'll take a yes. Let's try to formulate the question.
Colleagues, please remember this is oral questions. I don't need commentary afterwards. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member from Mofway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in NWT, majority of our community landfills are online. For Minister of MACA, can the minister indicate which communities in the NWT currently have line landfills? Thank you.
Thank you, Member from Mofway. Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. That I wouldn't know offhand. There's a lot of detail behind that question. However, what we can do is reach out and see how the community landfills are established. I know some of them are established on a clay base, not necessarily a liner. So I can reach out, we can get to the department to reach out to they might even know, but I don't have that detailed answer here. One of the things that I will say is that a lot of the landfills are, actually all the landfills are community base operated, so they're operated by the community governments. So they would be, more, I guess, in tune of exactly how their landfill is operated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Municipal and Community Affairs. Member from Mofway.
Thank you. Can the minister explain financial or technical support is available to communities, especially small and remote communities, to upgrade their landfill infrastructure to include liners? Thank you.
Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All the communities receive their community funding, and that part of that community funding is to operate landfills, a portion of it. But the Government of Northwest Territories have also done a plan for hazardous waste removal back over the past few years, and they've done a successful job in taking out some of this hazardous waste in some of these landfills. So whatever the communities are deciding to do, if they need to do them, it's usually done through their community funding or any other funding sources that the community is able to achieve. However, but they do have supports from Municipal and Community Affairs in regards to operating the landfill, certification for landfills, and any other resources that they may require. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Municipal and Community Affairs. Final supplementary, member from Moultrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it's a good time to partner with ECC regarding that question. Mr. Speaker, permafrost thaw is affecting landfills. Mr. Speaker, MACA guidelines for modified solid waste facilities were developed in 2003. Is the department considering updating these guidelines? They are now over 20 years old. Thank you.
Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not entirely sure about the timeline on updating the policy or those guidelines, but what I could do is again reach out to the department and see what the plans are for that. However, we do follow, the communities do have to follow numerous guidelines when it comes to operating a landfill. Part of it is having a water license, which goes through Wekweji Water Board in the Clecho region. But in the other communities, it's Northwest Territories, the Land and Water Board. Yeah, and the other thing to this is if there's any concerns about any spills or any hazardous waste spills from landfills, there is a toll-free number that can be called to report this, and it can be checked out. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment. Mr. Speaker, what is the status of development of an economic vision and investment strategy by the department?
Thank you, member from Frame Lake. Minister of ITI.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, work on the economic vision is underway within the Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment. It's important to mention to the member that this document is not a strategy. It is intended to be an aspirational and values-based document, but not a prescriptive plan. Really, it's a guiding framework for the territory, ensures we're aligned, and ultimately ends up being our combined elevator pitch, if you will. Thank you.
Member of ITI. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, I would just note that in the government's response to the 2025 environmental audit, it very specifically says in writing that it is a strategy. I'm curious about this, and I guess I would just ask the question, what is the point of developing a vision if you don't have a strategy to implement it? Thank you.
Member from Frame Lake. Minister of ITI. Minister of ITI.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, in conversations with multiple entities, it was raised to the Government of the Northwest Territories, including myself, that really what we needed was a combined way that we talk about the Northwest Territories and that we talk about our aspirational goals and where we're headed as far as economic development and as far as developing ourselves and investing in ourselves as a territory. And what we needed was a common elevator pitch that we could take beyond the borders of the Northwest Territories. And what ultimately this document would do would be to align the strategies that we're putting together, whether those strategies come out of housing, whether they come out of health and social services, whether they come out of the Department of Finance, so that they all fall under a common vision for the Northwest Territories and a common goal. Thank you.
Minister Vaitier. Final supplementary. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what is being done by staff who are developing, I'm going to keep referring to it as a strategy, the new strategy responds to the concerns raised by the 2025 environmental audit about effectiveness of previous strategies. I won't go into the audit here.
A member from Frame Lake. Minister Vaitier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the audit specifically called out gaps in strategies like the mineral development strategy and economic opportunities strategy. And the vision would respond by aligning what we've heard, including through ongoing collaboration to implement the Mineral Resources Act and modernize our regulatory framework. So in short, Mr. Speaker, the vision would unify this work, unify what we've learned into a single focused statement to guide future economic efforts across the territory. And I'll end that there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Vaitier. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my second set of questions is for the Minister of Strategic Infrastructure, Energy and Supply Chains. You make it look easy, Mr. Speaker. How is the Minister working with climate science to make strategic decisions for investment in our current and planned energy systems? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Great Slave. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is shortly going to be a North Slave resiliency study. The last one of these was some time ago. We are looking to have that updated, and part of what is being done within that study is in fact to look at some of the changing climate conditions we are under, including low water and what that's doing to our water systems that power various hydro facilities. And of course also, Mr. Speaker, I would be remiss not to point out to the policy direction that was issued by the GNWT on behalf of our Minister responsible for the Public Utilities Board, which included things like long-term integrated systems planning, which again too would be looking at threats as well as opportunities and some of the challenges that we are facing here in the north. So those are a couple of the areas where we are looking to indeed do what I think the member is looking for from us. Thank you.
Minister of Finance. Member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. Can the Minister please tell me how scientific modeling and predictions are impacting decisions made for the future of our energy system, specifically hydroelectric systems such as Tolson that her department plans to action into the 2030s? Thank you.
From Great Slave. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So certainly scientific study is going to be a significant component of the planning work that goes into Tolson expansion, as well as the planning work that's going to have to go into the integrated systems planning more broadly. It is really, the lack of an integrated systems plan for the Northwest Territories is something that holds back better long-term planning, and it's something that I'm very much looking forward to receive back from the Public Utilities Board. I understand that process has begun, engagement has begun, work with the utilities has begun, and it would necessarily, and certainly our response necessarily to that, we'll have to look at what we have available to us in terms of our hydro resources in order to make good on the recommendations that come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Finance. Final supplementary. Member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister has spoken previously in the sitting and mentioned it earlier in her answers that she has directed her staff to understand the resiliency of our hydroelectric systems. Can the Minister outline what will happen to meet our net zero goal if we do not meet our timelines to upgrade our strategic energy infrastructure and continue with the status quo? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Great Slave. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do want to reaffirm that the net zero goal is still there, that we would be net zero by 2050. There certainly are different ways that we might reach that goal, whether it's through the simple attrition of industrial emitters or whether it's through something more proactive. And there's small scale and larger scale efforts underway, everything from the EV corridor to the border that we do already have, to a Tolson upgrade that is advancing, I would suggest, more quickly than it has in many years. There's still some work to go. Having the integrated systems planning and having the resiliency study will help bring those things together. But yeah, Mr. Speaker, certainly if we fall behind on some of that work, if we fall behind on upgrading the hydro systems that we have, that will certainly make it more difficult to achieve that goal in a proactive way, as opposed to simply allowing assets to fall by the wayside or for industry to walk away from here. So the idea is to be proactive. The idea is to find a pathway forward. And again, Mr. Speaker, that's the modeling that we're doing, the planning we're doing, and why we're continuing to pursue upgrades to the hydro systems. Thank you.
Minister of Finance. Oral questions. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as per my member statement earlier today, why are students in Range Lake being told that they have to pay late fees and other costs through no fault of their own due to the department's lateness in getting payments out the door to kids on SFA? Thank you.
Range Lake, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by acknowledging that this certainly would be very frustrating and difficult on the part of students who are really wanting to ensure that they're focusing on their post-secondary studies. As the member mentioned, student financial assistance has seen an increase in their applications this year. There's been a almost 20% increase in the number of applications for student financial assistance that have come through to the government. And even though the Department of Education, Culture and Employment did hire 5 additional staff in order to take on some of this increase in applications, we have still seen delays in processing those applications this fall. Thank you.
Of Education, Culture and Employment. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that bottleneck has been cleared. That's what I've heard. But the question I asked was, will the minister pay for those late fees? Students shouldn't have to shoulder that burden because of a capacity issue. So I'll ask it again because the minister didn't answer it. Will the minister direct the department to pay the late fees and costs associated with these late payments for our students? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Range Lake, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for bringing back the question. Mr. Speaker, there is currently, to be quite frank, no mechanism for education, culture, and employment to pay for those fees. The way that this program is structured is to pay a portion of students' post-secondary costs, but not the entirety of the cost of their post-secondary education. And so the theory there is that as soon as their student financial assistance would come in, that would reimburse some of their savings that they had to also pay for their for their tuition costs. Thank you.
Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Final supplementary. Member from Range Lake.
Mr. Speaker, this program I think is all nestled under income assistance. When income assistance is late or has late fees related to power, they pay it. So I don't understand. We have a mechanism for that. Will the minister use the same mechanism she uses for income assistance at the departmental level to pay these late fees and take the burden off of our learners? Thank you.
Range Lake, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, while they are still both under the same division, they do have different purposes. They do have different design. Income assistance is a program that is structured around the basic needs of residents who would not necessarily have a mechanism to pay those late fees because education, culture, and employment is funding them based on their entirety of their basic needs, whereas student financial assistance is structured differently and also does have an expectation that students contribute to their post-secondary costs as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member from Toonaday Willety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in March of 31st of this year, I made notes in regards to the budget. And the budget this year, we went from $2.29 billion to $2.5 billion. The deficit went from 1.7 to 1.8 billion. Our borrowing limit went from 1.8 billion to 3.2 billion, and the negotiable housing budget went from 41 million. So, Mr. Speaker, we have $1.751 billion on our visa overdraft. So, I'm just thinking outside the box here, and my question is to the Premier. Can the Premier commit to work with ECE Minister, the Finance Minister, to see how the Jordan Principle cuts can be restored and to restore the exclusive education program funding that is much needed as soon as possible for students who need the help in our schools today? Again, our students and youth do matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have been working with the Finance Minister and the Minister of Education and all of Cabinet and the Council of Leaders to try and bring in more money for education, specifically related to Jordan's Principle and the reductions or the change of the program by the federal government. We'll continue to advocate, and my hope is that we'll see some success in hopefully in the near future. If not, then we have to look at how we're operating and what that means. Thank you.
Premier. Member from Trinity-Willety.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My final question would be is that I just want to make sure that the Premier respects and honor our existing treaties, and especially on education and the youth for our communities do matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Trinity-Willety. Mr. Premier.
Thank you. So I believe we wanted to make sure that I'm honoring the treaties. I do my best to honor the treaties. I don't do anything that I think is dishonoring the treaties or not aligned with the treaties. So in every decision I make, I do my best to ensure that we are aligned with the treaties. They are foundational documents, not just for the Northwest Territories, but for Canada. And we can't have a functioning system in the Northwest Territories if we're not honoring the treaties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Premier. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member from the Olney Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have more questions for the Minister of Health, and I certainly hope, as it threw me off the last time to get a yes so fast, it goes just as swimmingly. Mr. Speaker, the first question for the Minister is she aware of the number of beds and how many are vacant at the Stanton Legacy Hospital, the Lewa Gong Ti, currently? Thank you.
From the Olney Centre. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at this time, I can say that I don't have the exact details, but I will get back to the member. But what I will say is that the extended health or the extended care moved over to the Kliwa-Gunti from the old Stanton from the Stanton Hospital, the new Stanton Hospital, back to the old Stanton Hospital, and then we most recently opened up one house of the long-term care beds, and it is kind of a phased approach over the 2 floors there. So, but I can commit to getting the numbers of how many beds we have available right now and how many are filled. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Member from the Olney Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll certainly be happy to receive that information, and of course, now I understand Avens provides long-term care support similarly, and as a partner for the overall solution. So I'm getting towards the next part of the question, which is, I believe they provide approximately 59 beds, Mr. Speaker, and that partnership is so important. With the changes that are coming in long-term care, does the Department of Health, NTHSSA, plan to continue and foster its decades-long important relationship as a pillar of healthcare in this community? Thank you.
Thank you. Member from the Olney Centre. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, Avens and with the NTHSSA is a very important partnership. I believe that the bed projections are built around accommodating, like the future of the needs was why Kliwa-Gunti was built. However, it's not to replace the beds that are at Avens Centre, at the Avens Manor. And I think to be very clear, like that partnership is ongoing, and just as most recently, I know that there is discussions have started as those contract discussions have started with the NTHSSA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary. Member from the Olney Centre.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. All that was for the crescendo here is where the question's going ultimately is that the Minister is aware, and many of the members, of course, is the federal government and the territorial government have some increased long-term obligations, and there's some requirements with these obligations that are going forward. That said, I would like to hear if the Minister will continue to support the extra costs due to the changes for long-term care that the federal government's requiring, the territorial government's now supporting, and will Avens continue to be a pillar in this healthcare continuum? Thank you.
Thank you, Member from the Olney Centre. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as NTHSSA is, I can bring that back to the Health Authority. The contract is with the Health Authority, and the Health Authority is the one that will be negotiating with them on the new contract, and I'm sure that those discussions are happening in regards to standards and best practices. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to ask questions to the Minister of Health and Social Services following up on the statement that she made earlier today about DECHO patient journey mapping, which does sound like a very important and promising approach to reforming our primary health care to really respond to what people's needs are. So it talks about a process that is going to be following the real experiences of residents, and it sounds to me almost like a research project. So I'm wondering if the minister can explain, is this a research project we're talking about? I know in the past, HSS has partnered with institutions like Hotit Seda to do research around cultural safety in healthcare and primary care reform. Is this a research process, or is it like a government consultation process? It's going to have sort of meetings?
Thank you, member from Yellowknife North. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this process is being led by the NTHSSA in collaboration with our Community Culture and Innovation Division at the department. I think it's really important to know that, since coming in and looking at the priorities and knowing and hearing from constituents that there's a real inequity across our territory when it comes to the different health authorities that were amalgamated. And so right now, this area is where we've seen some of the highest needs in the highest amount of cabin communities, and how it relates into the bigger picture of accessing care. And so this is being led, and a lot of the work has already started through NTHSSA. They've met with the staff and like I said, and the Cultural Safety and Anti-Racism Unit and their staff. And so this journey part is just another piece of the work that's ongoing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Health and Social Services. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, given that certainly by talking to residents, you can understand their experiences, but they may not understand the why of different things that may happen to them in the healthcare system. And some of those why answers could only come from talking to the practitioners. Will this process, investigation that's happening involve interviewing and talking to the practitioners at every stage of the journey to understand some of the whys as to what is happening to patients along the way? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
North, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned in the first response, the NTHSSA has engaged with the staff within the DECHO region, and this piece of it is now following the journey of the patients, as I mentioned in my member statement, or minister statement. Part of that is going to be seeing the successes through that there are the things that we are doing good, so we don't disturb those things, and then the gaps. And part of that will be the analysis afterwards is how do we work with our health professionals and our residents in the region to help fill those gaps. And it has to be driven. And then this is why we're saying this is kind of the driven from the ground up, not, it's coming from the patient's perspective so that when we can find ways to have these resolutions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And Social Services. Final supplementary. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So finally, when will we see some sort of outcome or change coming out of this project? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Yellowknife North, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's already been some changes. I know that when they went and did the assessments, some of the actual assessments had to do with building codes and when the NTHSSA did the visits to the health centers, you know, there was collaborations with other departments to make sure that these things were being repaired. And so right now, as we move forward, anything that can be implemented immediately, we will be implementing. Anything that will need to be assessed more, and if there's a financial means, that has to go through our processes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Oral questions. A member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions are for the Premier. Mr. Speaker, recommendations 14, 15, and 16 of the Standing Committee on Economic and Development's regulatory framework report all speak to the need for more federal support to help build the capacity of our regulatory system. Has the Premier considered packaging these needs into a cohesive request to the federal government as part of our federal engagement strategy? Thank you.
Thank you, member from Frame Lake. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have our federal engagement strategy that really focuses on some of the big ticket items that we need from the federal government, whether it's transportation infrastructure or housing or firefighting equipment. But we also have the day-to-day business of working with the federal government, engaging with them, letting them know what our needs in the territory are. And through that process, we do have a lot of engagement. We explain to the federal government, you know, these are the areas where we need some support. These are areas that could change. And then as ministers in our conversations with federal ministers, we raise those types of things. But having a comprehensive package to share, say, with the Minister of Northern Affairs is not something that we currently have in place. The question is, have I considered it? Yes, I have considered it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the reason I bring it up, Mr. Speaker, is because I'm suggesting that for some of the projects that they're advocating for to move forward, we need more capacity in our regulatory system. So what I'm asking the Premier is not just have you considered it, but would you consider bringing this forward as a change to the way we're doing engagement to help our system move forward so that the projects we're trying to advance can actually advance through the system? Thank you.
Frame Lake. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I expected this to be the second question, so I didn't want to answer it right off the top. But I will work with the other ministers to put together a package, a more detailed package with specific requests, suggestions to the federal government as the minister is, as the member is recommending. I won't say it'll be part of the federal engagement strategy necessarily, but it will be how a number of us do engage with the federal government. I think a handy reference chart that we can say, these are the changes that we need here to ensure that we're able to support mineral development in the territory. It is something important and will be very valuable. So I look forward to doing that work. And thank you to the member for raising it.
Mr. Premier. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member from Inuvik Boot Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with the creation of a new Northwest Territories Power Corporation Board announced, the board now no longer has a board now no longer has a board made up of just deputy ministers, but qualified members of the public. Can the minister responsible please talk about when or what impact this minister now sees on this having on the Power Corporation, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you, member from Inuvik Boot Lake. Minister of Power Corp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to have the chance to speak to this again. There was an announcement that went out not too long ago. We have transitioned now from what was before a board that was made up entirely of senior officials from the government who were doing this in addition to all the other work they had to do. We've transitioned now to having 7 public members, 2 GNWT senior deputies still involved. We are, of course, still the sole shareholder of the corporation. But those 7 members were chosen based on a matrix where there's a skill set that we want to see across the entire board, as well as some skills we want to see individually for all board members. That's now in place. We're transitioning folks in. We've made the first appointments as of September 1st, the next group starting in January 1st, with onboarding to happen. And with that, Mr. Speaker, it's certainly my hope, given the matrix, given our intention, we'll see creativity, we'll see innovation, and will ultimately, I hope, see better governance and more opportunities to come for the Northwest Territories Power Corporation, which benefits the residents. Thank you.
Responsible for Power Corp. Member from Nunavut Lake.
And speaking of innovation and all those wonderful things that the minister hopes to see in there, my assumption is obviously the minister has done a mandate letter for this new board. Can the minister speak to some of those, realizing it's a big document, Mr. Speaker, speak to some of the things in that mandate letter? Thank you.
Member from Nunavut Lake. Minister responsible for NWT Power Corp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member is right. We have done a letter of direction to the Northwest Territories Power Corporation. It's been some time since there was a document like this done, so this was another good opportunity for some renewal on behalf of the government to the Power Corporation. And the letter includes strategic directions, so things, first and foremost, ensuring that we keep affordability at the front of our minds and looking for ways to enhance that affordability with increasing the diversity of energy resources available, as well as putting growth targets in, seeking out opportunities, and focusing on, again, systems planning, as I had mentioned earlier today on other questions, but also an accountability framework, and operational things, Mr. Speaker. So really ensuring that there's good governance, good opportunities to take advantage of what is out there, go out and find some more opportunities to bring down the costs for residents through different types of, as I said, growth targets, and really make sure the Power Corporation is working as best as it can for us as a shareholder, but ultimately for the residents it serves. Thank you.
Responsible for NWT Power Corp. Final supplementary. Member from Nunavut Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to hear the minister talk about bringing down the cost of energy supply, Mr. Speaker. We know we have what's happening in Tulston and other areas. Can the minister confirm that included in that and what it will mean for the new LNG energy supply being created in the Beaufort Delta, and what she anticipates that impact will have on the energy consumption in that area, or energy in general? Thank you.
From Nunavut Lake. Minister responsible for NWT PC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can certainly say that the Power Corporation already does keep in touch with both the GNWT's energy staff, who are also involved in this issue, and together they then in turn keep in touch with those at the IRC or IDC advancing the Inuvialuit energy supply project, and certainly happy to say that I'll reinforce to them that we want to be working together to have domestic energy supply as much as we can, increases resiliency, is certainly lower carbon than the current diesel that is often used in those communities, and we want to make sure that we're supporting every opportunity to be using domestic energy as wherever we can. So certainly happy to follow up with the staff at both entities and make sure that we're doing just that. Thank you.
Minister responsible for NCPC. Colleagues, our time is up for oral questions. Oral questions, oral questions, written questions, written questions, returns to written questions, returns to written questions, replies to the Commissioner's address, replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, petitions, tabling of documents, tabling of documents, notice of motion. Member from Yonge Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Thursday, October 30th, 2025, I will move the following motion. Now, therefore, I move, seconded by the member for Range Lake, that the Executive Council of the Government of the Northwest Territories name the new 50-unit affordable housing complex on 50th Street in Yellowknife the Anthony Tony W.J. Whitford Building. And furthermore, that the Government of the Northwest Territories respond to this motion in 120 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From the Yonge Centre. Notice of motion, notice of motion. Motions, motions. Notice of motions for first reading of bills. Mr. Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Thursday, October 30th, 2025, I will present Bill 34, Trespass to Property Act, to be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Premier. Notice of motions for first reading of bills. Notice of motions for first reading of bills. Mr. Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Thursday, October 30th, 2025, I will present Bill 35, Miscellaneous Statutes Law Amendment Act 2026, to be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Notice of motions for first reading of bills. Notice of motion for first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Considerations in committee of the whole of bills and other matters. Table document 385-20 brackets 1 with the member from Toonaday-Welladay in the chair.
I will now call the committee of the whole to order. What is the wish of the committee? I'm going to go to the member from Inuvik Boot Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, committee wishes to consider table document 385-20 brackets 1, 2026-2027 capital estimates, education, culture and employment, finance, and Department of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We'll take our short recess and we'll come back and resume about 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay. Order. Members, as we continue with our review of the capital estimates today, I will remind everybody to ensure you are on the correct page and are staying on topic. This will help ensure our review is both efficient and thorough. Thank you. Committee, we have agreed to consider table documents 385-20-20 brackets 1, 2026-2027 capital estimates, Department of Education, Culture and Employment. Does the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment wish to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Yes, please, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Sergeant Arns, please escort the witnesses into the chambers. Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to the Minister. If you could introduce the witnesses, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. On my left, I have Jamie Fulford, Deputy Minister of Education, Culture and Employment, and on my right, I have Terry Lynn Locksetter, Assistant Deputy Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Sorry, Mr. Chair, my feet don't breathe.
Thank you. The committee has agreed to forego general comments. Is the committee agreed to proceed to the details contained in table documents? Does the committee agree? Thank you. Committee, the Department of Education, Culture and Employment begins on page 18. We will defer the department totals and review the estimates by activity summary beginning on page 19 with language and culture and information items on page 20. Are there any questions? Okay, I'm going to go to the member. Just 1 second. Member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, on page 20, it speaks about the Prince of Wales Northern Heritage Centre accessibility upgrades. Could the Minister please provide a substantiation of this project? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this project will have multiple improvements for accessibility to Prince of Wales Northern Heritage Centre, and the project is 100% funded through Investing in Canada Infrastructure Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just broadly, could the Minister please describe what accessibility improvements and upgrades and renovations will occur? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I please pass to Assistant Deputy Minister Locksetter? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few more specifics is this year specifics for this year is design work, and then next year the specifics is improving the grade of the ramp inside. It's including the addition of an elevator. It's a pretty major project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go back to the member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm so sorry I couldn't quite hear the Assistant Deputy Minister. I'm not sure if their mic is working, but I did crane my hearing, and I think they said that they are going to include an elevator in that project, which is a great interest to me as someone who used to work in that building, and I'm really glad that that is under consideration. And I'll just leave it at that as a comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next on my list I got is the member from Yellowknife North. Is there any other general comments from members? Okay, seeing none. The Department of Education, Culture and Employment, Language and Culture Infrastructure Investments, $4,500,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you, members. Next, we have on education on page 21. On page 22 and 24, are there any questions? I'm going to go to the member, excuse me a second. Member from Frame Lake.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I note the first thing I wanted to take note of was an absence. Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair, sorry. Both school boards in Yellowknife have indicated that they have needs for urgent repairs. I don't see those in this budget. Can the minister describe how she's been engaging with these school boards on the issues that they're facing with infrastructure, and how does she propose that they would be addressed? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, with both Yellowknife school boards, that being YK1 and YCS, ECE is currently working with infrastructure as well as the school boards, and maybe if I can separate those out into YK1 and YCS. So, with YK1, ECE is working with the school board and the Department of Infrastructure to work on specifically one of the roofs. They're finalizing an MOU between the GNWT and the school board to coordinate funding and project management of the work, so that is underway. And then in addition to that, ECE is working with the other school boards, so that's Yellowknife Catholic Schools, to facilitate any necessary repair work as needed. So while they're not included in this budgeting process here, there are other mechanisms that we can use to address that and continue to work closely with the school boards. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just ask if the minister could be a bit more specific about the other mechanisms. Are we talking about potentially bringing us up, or how is, for me, what matters is that the issues are being addressed and that we're going to find money to address them. But if the minister can be specific, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So to answer the member's questions, or his original question, yes, the issue is being addressed. There are other mechanisms in some of the school boards. There are reserves that the school boards have in order to address infrastructure specifically. There is also other mechanisms like deferred maintenance funding that is available through the GNWT. And then in some schools, they do have dollars already allotted from their surplus to be able to fund things like this. And as we indicated in question period and also in other conversations, we are honoring projects that are already undergo from the surpluses of school boards. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll turn to a slightly different but related issue. I just want to note that the current capital estimates do not include references to any renovations and retrofits that may be required in schools where elevated levels of lead were found in the drinking water. I won't list the schools, the members or the minister is aware of them. Is the department budgeting for these planning studies and their associated capital costs? I know that there's going to be renovations needed. I know there's some mitigations that have already been put in place. Just asking as we haven't seen it in the budget itself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, the way that we are handling this so far is through operations and maintenance funding through the Government of the Northwest Territories. So that's mitigation through flushing protocols, through the addition of point-of-use filters in our schools as well. And so any kind of need aside from that, if there was a greater need, would have to come forward in a supplementary appropriation. If through yourself, Mr. Chair, I would love to open it up to the Deputy Minister, given that I know how important this is and how relevant this is right now. So I would like to give the Deputy Minister the opportunity to add more detailed information if possible.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think at this stage, we just don't know enough to know what is required for remediation. So part of the process will be to determine, after the mitigations have been taken, if there's a further need for capital funding for things like changing out pipes. But we're not there yet. And as the minister referenced, we when we do get there, there could be a need to request funding. In the meantime, the department is funding the ed bodies for the work that they are doing. Ed body, singular. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Freem Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate those answers from the department. Certainly, it is encouraging to hear that they are on top of it, and look forward to seeing any budget asks come forward if need be. Mr. Chair, I want to turn to another subject. I note that the GNWT's own Polytechnic University Facilities Master Plan, which was published in 2022, identifies a number of capital needs for Aurora College across all its campuses. However, there does not appear to be any budget allocated for any Aurora College capital needs in this capital budget. I have a few questions about this. My first one is, what are the timelines, priority levels, and expected funding for other critical areas of need across Aurora College campuses? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, the way the relationship works with Aurora College is I work closely with the chair, and the deputy minister works closely with the president, and together the president and the chair bring forward requests through our capital planning processes, and they bring that forward to myself, and then I bring them forward to the financial management board for consideration. And so we continue to work on the priorities of Aurora College, but until such time as they are ready to bring forward any kind of capital infrastructure asks, I cannot bring that forward without their corroboration and collaboration in those efforts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the member from Freem Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Does the minister see the lack of capital requests coming forward as signaling a shift away from our territorial campuses and in-person educational delivery for Aurora College? I guess I'm mostly just asking, I mean, why are we not seeing asks come forward, considering a couple of years ago we had a master plan that laid out a number of needs, pretty significant ones. So what's happening? Or what isn't happening, I guess? The question could go either way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, there is a beautiful campus for Aurora College located in Inuvik. There is also a beautiful campus for Aurora College located in Fort Smith. So what we are talking about here is the campus for North Slave. Mr. Chair, I can assure you that those conversations are quite live and are moving forward, but it is not, we are not in a situation where Aurora College can rely solely on the government of the Northwest Territories, and part of our mandate agreement is to also ensure that we're working collaboratively together, but also with third-party funders as well. And that is an agreement and a commitment to one another that I myself have made along with the board of Aurora College. And so it's not just about us working together to fund this, it's also about looking for creative opportunities to build and to manifest a North Slave campus. And I can assure the member that those conversations are live and continue to move forward, but not in time for what is before us today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the member from Freem Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't need to emphasize the importance of this to me, to the minister. We have chats about it often, so I'll leave it at that. Those are all my questions for this page. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Next on my list I got is the member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The roofing or roof repair projects for Yellowknife schools, can the minister be specific about which roofs will be repaired? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, with YK1, the roof we are referring to is Mildred Hall's gym, and the roof project that was raised to us by Yellowknife Catholic Schools was the Welladay St. Pat's gym. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'll go to the member from Range Lake.
Thank you. In the previous exchange of questions, there was a comment about funding mechanisms to pay for some of these renovations, and surpluses were identified. So My concern with that is that's what surpluses are for, of course, and Yellowknife Schools, which is relevant to my riding and my work as an MLA, are also funded by taxpayers in the city. The new education assistant program, the $14 million program that the department has rolled out, has a caveat that surpluses have to be emptied essentially before that money, or in conjunction with receiving that money. The concern that I have heard, and not just from Yellowknife Schools, but from all schools, is that will make things like renovations of infrastructure and facilities all but impossible. And in one of these school districts, the YK1 district, it's about 79 educational assistance positions. So we're not talking about one or two, we're talking about a significant expenditure to maintain these programs. So given that the surpluses will be drawn down to support these, if they in fact apply, is the department willing to be flexible on other sources of funding for infrastructure programs and repairs based on needs? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I want to be very clear that with the expectation that school boards use their surplus to pay for the support assistance initiative, that we were very clear with school boards that we would honor any previous commitments that they had. So if a surplus was intended to be used for investment in a capital project, and they, were in the process of getting quotes for that, for example, a roof, and we're pursuing that we would certainly honor that commitment, and also have given school boards the opportunity to resubmit their operating plans as well as their intended uses of their surpluses. So flexibility is absolutely built in, and the understanding that sometimes plans change. In addition, Mr. Chair, wanted to also add that Cabinet recognizes that the cost of maintaining infrastructure is high and continues to go up, and also that our funding that is allotted to Yellowknife Schools, because Yellowknife Educational District Number 1 as well as Yellowknife Catholic Schools maintain their own infrastructure. And in acknowledging that those costs have gone up, Cabinet has approved to be brought forward in our budgeting process in the main estimates in the new year, an increase to the operations and maintenance of the Yellowknife YK1 School Board and the Yellowknife YCS School Board as well. So that will continue forward through our normal budgeting processes, and if approved by the House, those dollars will be afforded to those school boards as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the water system remediations in schools that have identified elevated lead, will the minister commit that any remediation of infrastructure will be paid for by the GNWT? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, there are expectations. It's hard for me to say a yes or no answer to this one because it really depends on what is required at the end of the day. The school assets of Yellowknife Catholic Schools as well as YK1, except for Sir John, are owned by the Yellowknife school boards themselves, and so it's their responsibility to maintain those pieces of infrastructure. That said, we work together on the bigger costs of the capital investments and major repairs to schools. So it really would depend on what type of remediation and what type of renovation work is required. And so it's hard for me to say a blanket yes or a blanket no without knowing what is needed at the end of the day and what bucket of renovation versus remediation those plans would fall into. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, on page 24, you can see Range Lake North School rear entrance ramp and accessibility improvements and that is classified as an infrastructure contribution. So it's doable, and that's what I would expect if it was a renovation that was needed, and if it was a retrofit or replacement, obviously there would be a broader discussion. So I will give the minister that one that we don't know until we know. But moving to that larger issue, I understand that NJ McPherson School is in the top 5 of infrastructure needs and is in basically dire need of replacement, and it's health and safety issues there as well, and related to the building foundation. And William McDonald School obviously is one of those with elevated lead in the water, and is on the top 3 of needs and missed its 40-year midlife retrofit. So turning to, let's go to William McDonald first. That is obviously a significant health and safety issue with the water and the lead exposure that's been identified in the past. And it's been on the list for quite some time, and again, missed its midlife retrofit. So is it time to do a technical assessment on that school and begin preparations for replacement? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, right off the hop, I can say that William McDonald School did just complete an assessment so that we have an idea of where that school is at. That before it was expected that Yellowknife Schools, Yellowknife School Boards did their own assessments of their own infrastructure, and it was agreed to in recent years that we would work together because certainly it's important that both the GNWT and school boards together understand where the school infrastructure is at and what is required. I think this is an excellent opportunity, and I want to thank the member for giving me a door into this conversation. I am concerned about our school infrastructure in the Northwest Territories. We have a tremendous amount of need. A lot of our schools were either built or renovated at the same time in the Northwest Territories, and a lot of them are coming due with a lot of infrastructure needs. I think it is worthwhile for me to point out that every year we solicit school boards and education bodies across this territory to find out what they want to add in, for example, to large infrastructure asks or small infrastructure asks. And of all of the asks that were identified for 26-27, 57 small capital projects were not included in this budget. And this budget represents about 30% of the total funding asks from the territory for small capital funding projects. And so I do think that we need to take stock of the needs of our schools across this territory and really figure out how we're going to catch up and how we're going to fund these projects. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back to the member from Range State.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And certainly these schools are not alone. There are many, many schools in the Northwest Territories that are in high need. And taking stock of those assets is important. However, in the context of, again, the riding I represent and the district that my children attend, these schools are important to me, and it is very concerning that this one school in particular missed its retrofit, has water that is, has you can't consume, that exposed staff in a very troubling way. The minister's well aware of that. It seems like those reasons alone, like the lead in the water, it should be enough to expedite this forward. So can the minister give some indication if a technical assessment or some sort of work is going to be done to prioritize this school? And I've been here before as a member. The same thing was going on with Eastlow when it was J.H. Sissons. There's a lot of holdback of should we replace it? Should we replace it? And finally, under a lot of advocacy, there was the decision was made. So I don't want to see that happen to this school as well, especially when there's so many health and safety concerns. So will the minister commit to a serious look at a replacement within the life of this government? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'll go back to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, conversations around this particular school and school infrastructure within YK1 are certainly happening, specifically with the school board, and I intend to very purposely continue those conversations about the future of school infrastructure for Yellowknife for YK1. And any kind of commitment would have to come with approvals of this House. There are 2 schools in here that will be put into the planning phases through the approval of this capital budget. And certainly until we get to a point of finalizing those conversations with the school board, I won't be able to bring something forward until that point, but it's certainly a focus of mine. It is, you know, of the schools that have very, you know, concerning technical ratings in the Northwest Territories. Many of them are located here in Yellowknife, and we need to make sure that we are pursuing evidence-based decision-making when it comes to putting forward school builds in the immediate future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to the member from the Sawtooth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My first question to the Minister is on page 22, the staff housing improvements for the Culver Lake community. Can the Minister explain a little bit about what the repair program is detailed to become? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, there is a teacher staff housing unit in Colville Lake that is maintained by Education, Culture and Employment. And this, the current state of this housing unit requires improvements because its condition has deteriorated, and we need to ensure that we extend its service life as well. This will be a single year capital project, and work is expected to be completed in 2026. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the member from Sawtooth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to the Minister for the reply and the information there. So if it's going to be completed in 2026, can the Minister explain that is the program underway? The construction repair underway. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, we wouldn't be able to start this project until this item is approved under the approval of the capital budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the member from the Sawtooth.
Yes, thanks to the Minister for that reply. So I take it there once the capital is approved there, we can look forward, or the community could look forward to mobilization of repair materials there over this winter road season. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the Minister.
Yes, the answer is yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from the Sawtooth.
Thank you to the Minister for confirming that. My other question is related to the Delaney HAA school. During my my recent visit to the community, the principal renovated a portion of the building for a industrial repair shop for the students, and he was asking if we can check into opening up a door wide enough with a ramp so that snow machines could be brought in and repairs and maintenance could be taught to the children as part of their academic program. So will the Minister look into that? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And thank you. I'll go to the Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, the process that we follow is when we're getting ready to put forward the asks for the capital budget, is we go back out to all of the education bodies and ask them to work with their staff on any kind of school improvements that they would like to see, and then go through the list from there. And so a lot of the, not a lot of, most of what you see on this list is really focused on safety and accessibility, and that's how we've prioritized the improvements to the school and how we've prioritized our limited small capital funding. Traditionally, the small capital funding that ECE receives was $1.09 million per year. And huge thank you to the staff of ECE, and thank you for the support of Cabinet. We've managed to increase that now to $5.17 million a year for small capital funding, which is a significant growth, but we still can't fit everything into that budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the member from the Sawtoo.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks to the Minister for that. That follow-up. I'll follow up with the Minister to see if we can get that process underway for that small capital addition to the school. And I did hear the Minister make reference to requesting schools for improvements. Is that part of the spring after school part of the year on looking forward to the schools placing forward their summer needs, repairs, and bringing that forward to develop this capital plan? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, information is requested from education bodies between now and January, so it's quite a bit in advance, so that there's time for planning and budgeting of what that looks like, and then comes forward, for example, to Cabinet in the summertime for us to be going through approvals. So it's quite a detailed process, and our ask is that people express what it is that they're looking for, and as I indicated in my response to the member for Range Lake, there's a significant amount of requests that come in every year, and this funding represents about 30% of the total requests that ECE receives. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Sawtoo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to the Minister for that clarification there. I feel comfortable that we do have a infrastructure maintenance checklist in place here, and this is a cycle, so I'm glad to hear that. If that is brought up in my community visits by concerned parents, for example, I'll certainly relay that message on, that the school is a part of an annual audit for repairs and maintenance and upgrades and so on. Masi.
Okay, so thank you. I'm taking that's just a comment. And continue on. I'm going to go to the member from Montfouille.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking at the education project listing for the schools, I don't see what T school on here on this project. There's other schools in Clinton Region that are on there with some repair. But Wat T school was built to accommodate elementary students in the early 80s. Now it's accommodating high school students. Because of that, classroom space are limited, and I know that they need more classroom space for young family. For young families that are moving back, for the young kids, because now it's even. I think we need to focus on doing renovation and or school extensions, because with the mine closure, I have been hearing lots from community members that they want to move back because they cannot afford to live in Yellowknife and pay rent. It's not just in Yellowknife, it's from other places as well, where the mine workers living in different, in other provinces, they are inquiring about moving back to as well because they cannot afford the rent. So I know it's going to be an influx of our people coming, moving back. So I just want to ask the minister if they are engaging or working with the community government community chief or other organizations regarding school expansion or renovating or their needs on renovating the school or extensions. I know technical assessment needs to be done, so if there was anything like that done, so just want to ask the minister if, so what are they doing now to accommodate Wati, community of Wati regarding their school expansion? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to the minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the information that I have in front of me here is that the current utilization rate for the Wati School is about 78% capacity is filled. And the school that we're currently focusing on in the Mofui riding is Chief Jimmy Bruno School, which is currently above 90% utilization rate. And so we are currently working closely with Clecho government on their plans for how they would like to see Chief Jimmy Bruno school renovation done in the future, and have worked with Clecho government, not just locally here, but also through advocating with the federal government as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Monthly.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. CJBS, it's not a renovation. It's a new school we're asking for. The community is asking for. So I just want to clarify that. But there are Wati School. It's not just that, but I'm not too sure if this is part of the capital project where busing, if there was any communications or, with the community members, because with the community growing, people going home, the community is going to go through what we are going through in Bichiko with that subdivision. We're building new subdivision in Bichiko, and Wati is going to go through that. Maybe Gamity is going to go through that. Wigwiti is going to go through that too as well. So so that's why it's busing is very important. Some of these project is very important for some of the small communities. I mean, in my writing, same thing. So what are we doing to accommodate community that's growing, especially to provide busing for young people? If that was part of the operation, but I think this is going to help improve our attendance, in the small community. So I just wanted to ask the minister if they are working with the Indigenous government and or with the school board in our region. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, in regards to busing, that is something that is afforded through some funding that supports that with the school funding formula, and so that's found in our main estimates that we review every year in February and March. That said, to answer the member's question, busing specifically for Clecho communities has not been raised in our education leaders meetings, but certainly is something that is undertaken and pursued by education bodies themselves, who decide how they're going to support that in each of their communities, and what way to best address transportation of students with their student body, and also with the infrastructure that they have in place in the specific community. So, for example, Yellowknife would be far different than how Wati might choose to address this, and how they choose to serve students as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. We'll go back to the member from Monthly.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, with the community expanding, they will definitely need some form of transportation for the students. So that's about it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I just wanted to ask, on page 21, when we look at the 2025-26 capital estimates and then the revised estimates, it was the approved estimate was 2.3 million, and then the revised estimates ended up being 37.2 million. And I wonder if the minister can just explain how we got such a huge jump last year. I know there was overruns and extra costs in relation to the Mangalalak school in Tuktoyaktuk, but does that account for all of that jump? Can the minister explain? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. All of that account is from Mangalalak School in Tuktoyaktuk.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the member from Yellowknife North.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. I wanted to pick up on the threads that some of my colleagues have been talking about in terms of the need for assessments of schools, because before we even know what the problems are or the extent of the problems, we have to be doing assessments. And I wonder if the minister can explain. I know we have a policy for how we conduct capital improvements, so like a capital standards, but is there a policy on when or how often assessments are conducted in each of these schools, just to figure out what is the state of repair of the buildings in the first place? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, while we work very closely with the Department of Infrastructure, the maintenance of assets are led by the Department of Infrastructure, so that's work that is done under the Department of Infrastructure. What I can say is that there is an expectation of a 5-year rolling assessment calendar, and maybe, Mr. Chair, through yourself, I would like to just check with my colleagues to see if they had any more specific information that they'd like to add at this time.
Okay, I'll go to the Deputy Minister, or sorry, Assistant Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The only addition I can add is something that was already stated, and that's that the Department of Infrastructure is already committed to doing those for YK1 and YCS, as they are their own asset owners. But for their own planning for maintenance and for our purposes for the Department of Education, for capital planning, it's important that those assessments are done at a cadence. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go back to the member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I certainly do appreciate that commitment to do those assessments for the Yellowknife schools that are overdue on their regular assessments. But could the minister or her staff explain what is the expected cadence? There was a reference to every 5 years. Is that generally happening? And also, I wanted to clarify, we've been talking about assessments. My understanding is that there might be different levels of assessments. There might be a sort of a routine assessment, assuming that things are probably fine, but just sort of to do a look over. And then there might be a more detailed technical assessment done when a sort of a problem is identified, or there's more detailed cost estimates that need to really look into a problem. So are we talking about, is the expectation that a technical assessment would be done every 5 years, or more of a routine assessment? And then, I know this is a bit of a run-on of questions, but if it's the routine assessment every 5 years, what exactly triggers a technical assessment? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So the member is right. There's two different types of assessments. So there's a routine assessment that is done on an expected 5-year cycle. And so it is the goal of approximately 20% of our schools get done annually by the Department of Infrastructure for those types of assessments. Then there's also a technical assessment that the member is referring to that is far more detailed, and that is done before a school undergoes a retrofit or a replacement, so that we have a very detailed account of what is happening within that school envelope. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Yonge North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate that explanation. What puzzles me is that it feels like a bit of a chicken and egg, that you'll do a technical assessment when you're ready to do a retrofit, but how do you know that there's a need for a retrofit or major capital repair if you haven't done the technical assessment? I understand that sometimes there's a schedule for, you know, a midlife retrofit, and so regardless of what's actually going on in the school, you might sort of have a schedule midlife that, okay, we expect to do a retrofit, so we're going to do a technical assessment, but saving that, how would you know that retrofits are needed unless you've done a technical assessment? And let me step back for a sec. I mean, when we had the news this year of the lead issues in schools, that seemed to take everybody by surprise. But the fact is that there could be all kinds of hidden issues that, you know, when they appear into public view, it's when the problem has already deteriorated to the point that now it's, you know, now it's an emergency, now it's very grave, it's very serious. But if we had more detailed assessments leading up to that, we might have seen that. But the problem is we don't know what we don't know until we do the assessments. So can the minister explain what would trigger a technical assessment unless, like, if a sort of regular scheduled midlife retrofit is not, if that's not the triggering factor? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to preface this with the fact that, you know, and this is not going to be shocking to anybody in this room, I am not an engineer by any standard, or not. And so just, I think that this might warrant, you know, a technical briefing with some technical experts on the case as well. So what I can say is that in the routine assessments that are done, there are natural life cycles to products that are reviewed and taken into account. And I think it's important too that we don't make assumptions about what is in a routine assessment and what is not in a routine assessment. But that the technical assessment that is required before we undergo a retrofit is exploring you know, the very detailed aspects of what is needed as far as windows and sizes and all that kind of stuff, so that we can go out and properly ascertain what a budget would be what kind of budget would be required. So you're looking at much different things when you're talking about costing out the replacement of an infrastructure piece, rather than just is it working properly or not. So I think that if there is a desire to kind of dig into the technicalities of this with the actual people who would be best positioned to answer very technical questions, it might be better suited to take this into a briefing and maybe off the floor of the House, where I can have some infrastructure people to support on this conversation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from Yonge North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's fair enough. I mean, my priority here is that we get into a habit of having enough in our capital budget that actually addresses the urgent needs in our various education facilities. And it is concerning to me when I hear the minister say that you know, only 30% of the asks that came forward this year are being funded. And I don't know if all of those asks are, you know, how serious the structural issues or repairs needed to the schools are, or if it's, you know, gosh, we wish we had this extra function in the school, you know, and how those things are prioritized. But I made a statement the other day about how we have to prioritize taking care of the things that we have, because at the end of the day, if we just say, well, we just don't have enough money this year, so, you know, get in line, things just get more and more expensive the longer you let things fall into disrepair, and often it is, you know, cheaper and safer for everyone in the long run just to address repairs. And in order to figure out what you need to address, you need to be assessing. So I know this is a much larger conversation, but I look forward to it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other members that have questions? Okay, if not, I want to swap out with my colleague for 2 minutes. I just had a couple of quick questions to the minister. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will turn to the member from Trinidad-Willowday.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is to the minister. I'm just sitting back and looking at your capital plan and what we're going through, and one thing that stood out for me is the school for DETA, and in my writing, and years back, I was told that the school was up for replacement and it was put on the capital plan. Back in the 19th Assembly, I'm not sure what happened, but maybe, I guess my question to you, to the minister, is that can you maybe explain to me if that was the case, or if it was, why was it taken off the capital plan at the time? I'm not sure you'll be able to answer it, but I just want to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you to the member. Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, in regards to the school in DETA, in the capital estimates that were put forward last year, there was a major kitchen overhaul that was approved in the 2025-2026 capital plan. Is it that work that the member is referring to? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. To the member.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't really referring to that. Maybe I'll put it another way, is that when I see new schools being built in Yellowknife, I'm a little bit concerned about that. The reason why I say that is because the school in DETA is probably one of the oldest schools that I know. In fact, when I was apprentice carpenter at DPW, I was one of the guys that was doing the maintenance on that school in DETA, and it goes back probably to 1971 or so. But I guess my question now will be is that what kind of technical assessments were done to date to look at replacing that school? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you to the member, Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, the school in DETA was originally built in 1988, and currently the routine assessment that was done on that school does not show that it is in as much need as other schools in the Northwest Territories. That said, that the school in Delo, you will see, is currently in the capital estimates to enter into the planning phase, because it was found that that school is in great need. And is currently has also a utilization rate of over 120%. So that school has seen a dramatic increase in the number of students that are in that school. It also does not currently have a gym, and the assessment rating for that school was one that showed that it should be one of our next schools in the territory. So by using the technical information that we have in front of us, as well as the utilization rate of the school that is currently in DETA is not one of the schools that is in greatest needs. However, it was found that the school in DETA, in Delo was. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. To the member, Willowday.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And maybe you could help clarify, because I thought the school vendetta was modular units and trailers that was put in prior to 1988. How do I know that? Because I was one that worked on it, but I don't know if it's been, when you say it's been built, are you saying that school has been built then, back in 1988, or was it a complete retrofit of those trailers? I just need clarification on that. Thank you.
Thank you to the member, Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the document I have in front of me shows that the school was built in 1988, but I would be more than happy to provide the member with a history of projects that have been done on the school, as well as when the school was originally built, so that the member has a complete picture for the school in Detta for Katewi School.
Thank you, Minister. To the member.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And one final comment, or sorry, question would be is that if the minister could continue to work with the local DEA and come up with a plan as to look at their assessments and needs, I guess, for that school. I've been to constituency meetings where they're looking at a new school in that community. So anyways, I'll maybe put that to the minister when she has time. She could maybe, in her schedule, to take a look at that and meet with the DEA. Thank you.
To member, do you take it as a comment? Do you want to reply there, Minister?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm always happy to get together with education leaders in the Northwest Territories and have sat with the DEA and DELO with the member, and absolutely more than happy to continue those relationships. Thank you.
Thank you to the Minister.
Is there any further questions from the members? Seeing none, continuing on, the Department of Education, Culture and Employment, Education, Infrastructure and Investment, $21,248,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Members, please return now to Department of Education, Culture and Employment on page 18. Department of Education, Culture and Employment 2026-2027 capital estimates, $25,748,000. Does the committee agree? Committee, that concludes our consideration of the Department of Education, Culture and Employment. Thank you, committee, and thank you to the minister. And Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chambers. Thank you. Committee, we have agreed to consider table documents 385-20 brackets 1, 2026-2027 capital estimates, Department of Finance. Does the Minister of Finance wish to bring witnesses into the chambers?
Yes, please, Mr. Chair.
Does the committee agree? Thank you. Sergeant Irons, please escort the witnesses into the chambers. Okay. Would the minister please introduce the witnesses?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On my left, Bill McKay, Deputy Minister of Finance. On my right, Dave Heffernan is the Assistant Deputy Minister and Government Chief Information Officer.
Okay, thank you. The committee has agreed to forego general comments. Is the committee agreed to proceed to the details contained in the table of documents? Committee? Agreed. Thank you. Committee, the Department of Finance begins on page 32. We'll defer the department totals and review the estimates by activity summary beginning on page 33 with Directorate and information items on page 34. Are there any questions? None. Department of Finance Directorate Infrastructure Investment, $41,600,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Next, we have on the Office of the Chief Information Officer on page 36 with information found on page 37. Are there any questions? I'm going to go to the member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm very pleased to see that the Office of the Chief Information Officer is working to update and replace, I don't know what the best word is for it, outdated and 911 systems. It's my understanding from reading a bit into it that this is both computer-aided dispatch as well as phone systems that have reached end of life and software. Can the minister please tell me if this upgrade will help alleviate problems that we saw this past May in 2025 with a scheduled service outage? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me see if the Chief Information Officer has that here. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I go to the Deputy Minister, Assistant Deputy Minister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This project is meant to replace end-of-life systems that need to be replaced. It's for emergency response and emergency safety, public safety, and so it should alleviate some of those concerns, yes.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and I'll note too that the scheduled outage in May of 2025 was a Northwest Tel outage. I'm just curious if we can get some clarity as to whether these system upgrades would bypass that service or enhance our other capacity to have redundancies built into the system such that we wouldn't be, having these service outages for especially smaller communities that might not have access to 911 services in a time of need. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Part of the projects, and again, there's a couple of aspects to the work that's happening with respect to the 911 system, and certainly one component of the, I think, second project really is to try to increase the integration with third-party software, as well as to integrate more with, ensuring that the systems do speak better to each other and can rely on GIS. At some point, I'm hesitating only in that there at some point does need to be work done with the Northwest Tel or whoever the telecom provider for, say, a cell phone company might be, and so there will always be some degree of uncertainty in that regard. I can't control the private sector's telecommunications providers, but from our side, this is expected to be a system that will improve our ability to be online, be meaningful, and be triangulating what information the emergency responders need. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, no, I can respect that the minister does not have control over private operators. I would request maybe if, Mr. Chair, if the minister is willing to speak with her cabinet colleague in MACA, who is responsible for the 911 system writ large and its operation, as to whether or not these redundancies can be looked at and meaningfully reported back to this House. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, there is actually quite a lot going on in both of these, so I'm happy to provide some further information. And either whether it's myself appropriately through the information side or whether it's through Minister McKay's side, we could certainly provide something that can be made available, really, and perhaps a tabled letter so that the public knows what's coming as well. I agree with the member's point here. There's a lot of information in front of me about what these systems have. And I would agree that it's important to put that to the public. So rather than trying to read it all out here on the floor, Mr. Chair, we'll put this together. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Great Slave.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and really more a comment than a question, but, you know, considering public safety is one of our priorities in the Assembly, and considering that these very detailed questions to both the MACA Minister and the Minister of Finance here today are coming directly from my constituents who are very concerned, and I would say, you know, rightfully so, if we have outages and people are in emergencies and don't have access to emergency services. That is a crucial piece that we need to fill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for, I'll take that as a general comment. Is there any members? I'm going to go from the member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I also wanted to ask about the NWT 911 and MedResponse. Well, first, the computer-aided dispatch system. So 911 was launched in November 2019, so that is less than 6 years ago. How is it possible that we're already at the end of life for a system that just launched less than 6 years ago? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the information I have is that these systems actually are much older than that. Perhaps, if I could, I'll turn this to the Chief Information Officer, see if he can clarify that for us, please. Thank you.
To the Assistant Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This system is about 10 years old that's being used for this technology, and actually the technology that runs this system, the underlying infrastructure, is actually about 15 years old, so that is far beyond its actual useful life, so that's why it needs to be replaced.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, this poses a bit of a mystery to me that perhaps I can follow up on later, because I do know for a fact that 911 launched in November 2019, and so I can't quite figure out why we would have launched using a system that was already 5 to 10 years old. Anyway, I do hope that going forward, we are making a wise investment in technology that we have some assurance will last more than 5 years, so we won't be back here again. With this opportunity to sort of reboot the system, to use a very poor technology pun because I know very little about technology. Are there, in terms of the scope or the choice of the new system, I know that there have been challenges, for example, coordinating the 911 computer dispatch system with, say, the City of Yellowknife's dispatch system. And my understanding, unless things have changed dramatically in the last few years, is that the computers didn't talk to each other, and you literally had a dispatcher that would have to take all the information over the phone from a caller and then call the City of Yellowknife dispatch system and relay sort of word for word, literally playing a game of telephone as to what the need was, which obviously wastes valuable time, which every second matters in an emergency. So is there a plan to ensure that whatever new system we're putting in place can actually, the computers can talk to each other so we can have an efficient and, 21st century emergency response system? I'll stop there for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, just to clarify the first item, that technology isn't necessarily bespoke to us when we take something on. So in this instance, we, back in 2019, adopted the technology, but it wasn't brand new technology at the time. That it limits the amount of capital outlay that you might have if you are not taking the newest and best, but then it does result in a situation where 6 years on we are looking to replace it. But 6 years is 6 years, and we've certainly learned something from it, including the next series of questions, which is how to better integrate the system. And so, Mr. Chair, the information we have in front of us doesn't specifically name the City of Yellowknife, so I would like to come back to the committee to just confirm that. I can say that the stronger detail about what this is supposed to involve does note that it is next generation 911 technology now, and it is intended to provide enhanced location accuracy, so that's the GPS and Wi-Fi type triangulation that we wouldn't have had before, but also a lot more multimedia integration and call routing. So with that information, it sounds to me as though it would then therefore be able to communicate better across different systems, but as I say, I will certainly confirm that and provide that to the House. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from Yonge North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I am encouraged to hear about those new possibilities, and I do urge the department to consider that in choosing the technology going forward in the scope. Does this mean that there will be a possibility, I don't know what it's called, but in some other places, the 911 system can get a GPS location for a caller, for example, if they don't know exactly where they are, or if they don't know the exact address, or if there isn't an exact address of the place that they are, that there would be an ability for the 911 dispatch to get a GPS location of where that person is. Is that a possibility with the new system we're planning? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, this is the next generation, and it really is meant to be a forward-looking and future-looking type of capacity, including the situational awareness piece, which I believe is the technology or the goal that is being sought for here. So that is the direction we're trying to get to, and that does require bringing up the system that we have in place. So I hope that answers the question, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the member from Yonge North.
I'll just leave it by saying I also want to follow up with the Minister and the Minister of Health in looking into what future capabilities that the MedResponse system could have. I know when it was first announced several assemblies ago, the intention was for it to, that was the first phase, and then it was going to expand and have more and more capabilities, and I don't see that that's happened. So this technology change might be an opportunity to investigate how the capability of the MedResponse system could be sort of made more sophisticated and more helpful in terms of what the actual needs are, especially in the remote communities. So I'll be following up with the minister about that, but I do hope that there's some real thought and foresight put into how we choose our technologies to make sure we get the most out of it this time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Take that as a comment. Okay, thank you. Next on my list I got is the member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've asked about this, about AI policy for the government, and I've happily seek correspondence from the Minister's office on how we're managing AI usage as a government. But I'm wondering if we are in discussions or planning to incorporate that into our information technology, like our enterprise-wide information technology systems, because we're seeing more and more movement in this space. It's currently driving global markets, and potentially we're entering into a bubble. But regardless, I think it's safe to say the technology is here to stay, and there's a lot of infrastructure being put into it to support it. So are we trying to find a pathway through this changing environment so we can incorporate the technology to drive efficiency, improve programs, and improve just government effectiveness around the provision of services to citizens in the near future? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So obviously, or I shouldn't say obviously, but just to be clear, there's nothing in these capital plans that speaks directly to incorporating AI in any of these proposed additions or systems. I mean, although not to take away from the fact that they are certainly bringing up and enhancing the technology. A lot of the focus of the capital estimates for finance is really to be enhancing our technology capacity and the infrastructure that is technology and computer systems. But that said, Mr. Chair, I do want to note this is certainly, it is, as a member notes, certainly on my radar and on the radar of the senior officials that are with me. We were at the Digital Services FPT just a few weeks ago now, where it is one of the areas that you hear a lot from other jurisdictions who are starting to look for AI tools, to implement AI tools. And I can say we are following up with those colleagues. It's an area where larger jurisdictions have more, simply more human capacity and more technology capacity within, even just within larger municipal centers. So we're going to be looking, and we already are looking to what we can do with Alberta, for example, in British Columbia, for example, but really a lot of the jurisdictions were open to sharing some of what they had. Now, where it will go, I can't say at this early stage. Procurement shared services is kind of an early, early investigator, if you will. They are looking to see if there's if they can adopt some of the AI tools that were presented to us. We are also looking with our Center for Geomatics up in Inuvik and what they can do. But it really at this point is trying to, we have rolled out Copilot for staff. That is the policy the member is mentioning, but we now need to look at what is on offer from other jurisdictions that we can most easily adapt. I'll point it back to the capital estimates, though, that we do need to bring some of our own systems up to date to be able to integrate those tools. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the member from Range Lake.
Thank you to the Minister for that. And I know it's emerging, and I know governments are still coming to grips with it and are moving slower than the private sector. But does the OCIO have a mandate to look at AI integration, like strategic AI integration into capital systems? I mean, I don't know what to call it, but that's kind of the idea here, is to say, have you tasked the OCIO to do this kind of work, to be proactive about the implementation of emerging AI technology and tools into existing or new systems? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the risk of a spoiler alert, I can say that I've certainly conveyed that message, but given the question is really more for the Chief Information Officer, so I'll send it to Mr. Heffernan, please.
Thank you. I'll go to the ADM.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I would say we're always looking for opportunities for how do we integrate AI technologies into our existing systems, whether that's on our new capital projects like you see here today, or whether it's on just standard operational technology. So as the Minister said, we've already rolled out some Copilot chat for all staff across government and some training. We're looking for ways to adapt AI usage from other jurisdictions and what they're doing, so we're always on the lookout for it, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the member from Range Lake.
Thank you. That's good to hear, and I'm pleased that we are making progress in this area. Again, I have my own reservations, and I know a number of my constituents and my own immediate family have reservations about this technology, but it is here to stay. In those the Digital Services Conference and in jurisdictional, in FTPs and things like that, where the Minister is speaking to other colleagues, have there been any movements in other provinces that look promising for the Northwest Territories as well? I'm just wondering if we can get almost a sneak preview on that. Like, if we see those larger jurisdictions moving in a certain way, they can be the guinea pig for how to make this work. And I'm really interested in how we can make those frontline services, things like the motor vehicles registration and the one portal NT key stuff, that we provide these digital services, and if we could use these tools to make them far more efficient than they currently are, it could save our staff a lot of time. It could save the government a lot of time as well. So do we see any kind of emerging trends and projects that we as members as well can look at and see how other jurisdictions are incorporating this, that the Minister can advise on? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there's work happening, particularly in Alberta, and I will say that there's a motivation to looking to Alberta is certainly that our medical record systems and their medical record systems often have to interact when hundreds of Northwest Territories residents are going there every day for medical services. So there's a couple different things happening with respect to both the online systems that they have, the digital healthcare cards they have, the electronic medical records they have. So it's not just one thing that would need to communicate, and it's not just one system that would need to be built. But we certainly are talking to them about what we can both be doing to integrate the records, the communications, so on and so forth. So that is one area. They also, Alberta also did, well, the FPT was held in Alberta, so perhaps they took that opportunity to highlight some of their work, and they have done a lot of work in the space of procurement, and a lot of drafting that has to get done for an RFP to be prepared, for proponents to be submitting, for analysis of the submissions to go through, and they are trying to create AI tools to make that entire system a lot faster and enable the folks that are doing the work to then be more focused on inputting the data that they need rather than having to start from scratch each time. So we are certainly going to look back there as well and see if there's something that we can then start to use here to enable our staff to work more efficiently. I think beyond that, Mr. Chair, there certainly is work happening on a number of jurisdictions around increasing digital wallets and type services. So you'd have your ID, instead of carrying your healthcare card or carrying your driver's license, you can do those things through electronic systems. But before I close, I should be watching the time. Everyone is well aware that there's some discomfort with these technologies. So at every one of these conversations, the policymakers that I'm sitting with are live to the fact that we need to be balancing and ensuring that there's security and privacy and comfort and understanding amongst the public so that nobody is in a situation where they're being put into a system that they're not comfortable with. So that always is at the forefront of the conversation too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Range Lake.
No, thank you. That was a bit of a navel-gazing question, so I appreciate the minister's patience with it. But that's why I wanted to ask these questions around the OCIO, because the privacy concerns are at the forefront, and to make sure that it is being done properly according to our rules and according to the standards that are set by our legislation. So with that in mind, if another department is pursuing, so I'll use an example with health, if NTHSSA is pursuing an AI-powered electronic medical record system as part of the replacement when that RFP goes out, or if the geomatics, if we're bringing in an AI-powered geomatics system to assist with online map staking, all that kind of stuff, does it first come through this office to make sure that things are done according to policy, and that does the OCIO play kind of a gatekeeper role on this, or are departments free to kind of look to these kind of things and pursue these on their own? With respect to the minister's comments, which I totally agree on, that we need to make sure there's kind of a short leash on this technology so it doesn't get out of hand. So are those controls in place to make sure that when these new systems are pursued, that they are in fact being pursued in accordance to policy and best practices? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I want to go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, happy to have a chance to explain that a bit better. I agree that the public will want to know that we're doing that. Let me start with the Deputy Minister just to describe a bit what that process looks like in terms of the whole of government. Thank you.
Okay, I think I'll go to the Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the member for the question. So just to give members an overview of how the process would work with respect to procurement of a new IT system, it generally works the same as procurement for anything. So there is, the department engages with the procurement shared services in the Department of Finance, who then engages with that client department to find out what they need and what kind of procurement tools they will need to undertake that. So for an IT program, it would typically be an RFP, so that we can get a very robust picture out there to the public as to what we need. But we also work with the OCIO to ensure that And that was really one of the advantages of centralizing IT services, because when they work with the OCIO can look at the applications we already have and determine whether something that we have already is suitable for what the department needs. So that's another step that we take in that. So that's generally how they all work together, as a centralized service with IT and procurement to ensure departments have the IT support they need. And then they each department has a business partner which has a direct line to the Office of the Chief Information Officer. So on an ongoing basis, their IT needs are met, whether they need a new application through procurement or just maintenance of existing applications. So that's how we support those departments. I would also add that in terms of procurement shared services, we are planning on beefing up our expertise in terms of specifically IT procurement, which is a real specialty on its own. So we are going to have a specialized IT procurement officer within procurement shared services as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further questions from members? Okay, seeing none. The Department of Finance Office of the Chief Information Officer, Infrastructure Investment, $7,509,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Next we have is the Office of the Controller General on page 38 with information items on page 39. Are there any questions? We'll go to the member from Great Slave.
Thanks. Mr. Chair, can the minister please explain how long this replacement has been noted as a needed replacement, I guess? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is something that gets replaced every 5 years. That is its expected service life. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And will we be staying within the PeopleSoft, Oracle, Planet, World experience, etc., Mr. Chair? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Great Slave.
Yep, no, nothing further. Thanks.
Any further questions from members? Okay, seeing none, I'll continue on. Department of Finance, Office of the Controller General, Infrastructure Investment, $1,200,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you, members. Please return now to the Department of Finance summary found on page 32. Department of Finance 2026-2027 capital estimates $50,309,000. Does committee agree? Committee, that concludes our consideration of Department of Finance. Thank you, committee, and thank you, Minister. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chambers. We're going to stop here. We're going to have a 30-minute break, and then we'll come back. Thank you. Okay, we. Committee, we have agreed. Order. Oh, sorry. Order. Committee, we have agreed to consider table documents 385-20 brackets 1, 2026-2027, capital estimates, Department of Justice. Does the Minister of Justice wish to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Yes, please, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Sorry. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Sergeant Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chambers. We will continue on. Thank you, Sergeant Arms. Would the Minister introduce the witnesses?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair. To my left, I have Charlene Doolittle, Deputy Minister, and to my right, I have James Bancroft, Assistant Director of Corporate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. The committee has agreed to forego general comments. Is the committee agreed to proceed to the details contained in table documents? Agreed. Thank you. Committee, the Department of Justice begins on page 64, and we will defer the department totals and review the estimates by activity summary. Beginning on page 65 with correction services with information items on page 66. Are there any questions? We'll go to the member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm looking here on page 66 of the project listing for corrections. Could the minister please explain the North Slave Correctional Complex Harm Reduction Cell? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll pass that to the director. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The NSCC Harm Reduction Cell is a cell that's being repurposed from the existing high security area of the building into a harm reduction cell with soft surfaces and lack of protruding points. This was originally identified through a violence threat risk assessment report that the facility was lacking this infrastructure, so we're remedying that recommendation now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that explanation. I'm curious. I'm happy to hear that this work is happening. I'm glad that the department is actioning that recommendation. But what was the correctional complex doing to reduce harm to inmates who maybe needed a space like this previous to this being retrofitted? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will go to the director again. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go back to the director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This cell enhancement will allow for the similar level of programming to be delivered for an inmate that's suffering a crisis, whether that be through withdrawals for alcohol or drugs or other behavioral issues. The manner in which the facility would have addressed those risks is similar to, or will be similar. However, the facility that this is going to be allowing for will be a much safer environment for the offender while they're experiencing those moments of crisis. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, no, it's good to hear that we are creating a safer environment for folks who are experiencing extreme distress. So more of a comment. Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further general comments from members? Okay, seeing none, I'll continue on. Department of Justice Corrections Services Infrastructure Investment, $1,140,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Next, we have Court Services on page 67 with information items on page 68. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Department of Justice Court Services Infrastructure Investment, $5,777,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Next, we have Services to the Public on page 69 with information items on page 70. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Department of Justice Services to the Public Infrastructure Investment, $460,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Members, please return now to the Department of Justice Summary Fund on page 64. Department of Justice 2026-2027 capital estimates, $7,377,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Committee, that concludes our consideration of the Department of Justice. Thank you, committee, and thank you, your minister. Sergeant Arns, please escort the witnesses to the chambers. I'm going to go to the member from Inuvik Boot Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move the chair rise and report progress.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order and not debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress. Thank you.
To the Committee of the Whole, member from Tuna-de-Willity.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table documents 385-20 brackets 1. And Mr. Speaker, I move that report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Can I have a seconder? Let's go on to that guy from Yellowknife Center. Now he's going to have to support it for sure. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? One abstention. Motion is carried. Reports of Committee of the Whole, reports of Committee of the Whole. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills, Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the honourable member from Yellowknife South, that Bill 23, an act to amend the Children's Law Act, be read for the third time. And Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Justice. Minister, the motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. Member from Tabacha asks for a recorded vote. All those in favor, please stand.
The member for Tabacha, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Hay River North, the member for Hay River South, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Nunakput, the member from Tuna-de-Willity, the member for the Saw-2, the member for Yellowknife Center, the member for Range Lake, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Montfouille, the member for Great Slave, the member for Yellowknife North.
All those opposed, please stand. All those abstaining, please stand. Put some wording that I should. The results, 15 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstention. This motion is carried. Bill 23 has had its third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the honourable member for Cam Lake, that Bill 24, an act to amend the Family Law Act, be read for the third time. And Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member or Minister of Justice. To the motion. Question has been called. The member from Tabacha asks a recorded vote. All those in favor, please stand.
The member for Tabacha, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Hay River North, the member for Hay River South, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Nunakwa, the member for Tunaday-Willaday, the member for Saw 2, the member for Yellowknife Center, the member for Range Lake, the member for Inuvik Boot Lakes, the member for Montfouille, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Great Slave, the member for Yellowknife North.
All those opposed, please stand. All those abstaining, please stand. The results of the recorded vote are 16 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstention. The motion is carried. Bill 24 has its third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the honourable member from Cam Lake, that Bill 27, an act to amend the Protection Against Family Violence Act, be read for the third time. And Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Justice. Motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. The member from Tabacha has asked for a recorded vote. All those in favor, please stand.
The member for Tabacha, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Hay River North, the member for Hay River South, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Nunakwa, the member for Tunaday-Willaday, the member for Saw 2, the member for Yellowknife Center, the member for Range Lake, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Montfouille, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Great Slave, the member for Yellowknife North.
All those opposed, please stand. All those abstaining, please stand. Thank you. The results of the recorded vote are 16 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstaining. The motion is carried. Bill 27 has had its third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Orders of the day. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Wednesday, October 29th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. Prayer reflection, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, reports of committee on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notice of motions, notice of motion of first reading of bills, Bill 33, second reading of bills, consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters, table document 385-20(1), table document 386-20(1), table document 387-20(1), table document 388-20(1), report of committee of the whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Wednesday, October 29th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m.